Don't like how close this is. A little bit more size than I typically like to be going into the open. So I might tighten up all those stops. Let's do 10, 10, 10. Oh, wait, those shouldn't be trailing stops. Stop is stop. All right. Welcome, everybody. I haven't started all the streams yet. See how this goes. I did see an opportunity for a snapback trade, so that's why I'm up in that trade there. I think that is, and then save it. Yeah, I just don't like the way it's operating. All it's gonna take is one volatile move to take me out here on NQ. CL, where are we at on CL? Oh, yeah, CL. I'm out of that position. Started too early. That's good. I mean, I've been trading pretty good up until about 10 minutes ago. I got a little bit more aggressive on CL. Thought I was gonna pivot there. I don't like this. I guess I should get out by just making about $1,300, maybe $1,500. It's too close. My entry is way too close. I've given an opportunity for the RDA to hold up in chart 2, and it's just not doing it. All right, out of the NQ trade. Let's look at the daily on CL, see where we're at. Okay, we're stretching for there. All right, so pull back. Mind the pullbacks on chart 2 on CL. We'll do one more, see. And then we'll short this. I'll see if I regret it going into the open. Volatility slowed down. There's not a big news day. I'm not going to, since I'm streaming everywhere, unless the stream is really bad, I'm probably going to just, for a while, stream on just YouTube and Trading View. But if the stream is bad, then I'll just shoot over to Discord only. I mean, not only, but I'll add Discord. So for alphas, step or speak up if the stream's not good. Do have the 4 chart set up for NQ, and what I'm going to probably do is I'm going to probably set up. I don't know how I'm going to do this actually, but I'm going to try something so that you can see the 4 chart set up on the NQ and CL. All right. Faded that move. That's the last reversal I'll do there. Probably should have stayed in that. Once again, I'm usually not I'm trading at such a low clip here. Also trading on a account I'm setting up for some things we're working on. If I can be any more cryptic. Anybody have a mic? Any alpha? How are things going? Anybody want to step up and say, hey? I heard someone.
Yeah, this is Nikolai.
Hey, nice to see you. How was last night? Sleep good? Kind of a weird question for a guy to ask another guy, I guess. So, only time I've done that is when I was in the army. I thought it was a good meeting last night, though. Thought we had a good market overview. All right. So we're at all-time highs. I did share on Discord, and I'll share that. I'll share it in the trading view. I'll share the value channel. Is that drawn? It's not drawn on the NQ chart. All right, so I'll go to NQ here. Oh no, it's the NDX. All right, so I drew the value channel on the NDX. So this is how we'll do the 30-minute, the structure chart, my favorite structure charts. That's the value channel as it's being developed right now. For the NDX. If you're not sure what value channels are, go to YouTube, go to my channel, search for value channels. I did just update the training on value channels in the training site too. So alphas, if you haven't seen that, definitely check that out. I'm excited about the next couple videos we're rolling out. Someone said something last night. What did they say about the open? I'm going to refine it a bit. I told them I was going to steal it, but or borrow it. The opening is like an angry baby. I'm going to try to get a little bit more visual with it. Oh, come on, man. I'll stick with the long. Although, you know, if I look at the levels, let's go to the 4 chart setup. Nope. I'm going to short it. There we go. Hold on. For those that are wondering, I'm trading CL and GC as well. Didn't get picked up on the pullback. GC made an interesting move up to the VWAP and overshoot. So I think it's a sell. That's what I'm looking for. For those that, you know, I usually don't trade into the open. So that is new. 17,909 is the downside target I'm looking at. 906. Weak level, chart 4. Weaker, stronger level is right up in there. 893. There we go. We're starting to move. All right, I'm going to add. I don't know what I was saying. Okay, screens. I added the stream on. Boy, Drawing a blank?
Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, it's on TradingView on YouTube, but, you know, I have a few more people around, and I haven't trunked the connection properly today. I'd have to get off and get on to do it. Anyways, all right, here's where we're at. Should have got more aggressive on that CL trade. Let's look at the 60 on that, on everything. Yeah, hitting the key level on the 60 on CL. I think we're kind of at this previous view app at 77.26. So if it gets up there, I'll short up there initially. I'm playing off the previous view app key level. It's just shy or just above. What is that? A weekly high. So it's an overshoot of the weekly high. I might want to go a little bit lower for just an initial position. And I put one position there instead of alert because I hate alerts. So I usually just put one position. I'm going to start trading. I keep saying this, but I'm really going to start trading the way I do more offline. And like I said, what I'll be doing too is I'm going to really work on my thinking. So why am I short on the NQ right now going into the open, which I really, I saw weakness. I saw the pattern break down in chart 2. I saw the momentum and bias switch over. And, I went in with a relatively small position at 8 lots. And I did reverse twice, lost probably about $1,200, $1,400. For Rose, just search my channel on YouTube. I'm not gonna do the work for you. Sorry. I already did the work creating multiple videos on value channels. So now in the training, it's in the training. Just go to the menu on the website, rexdogtrading.com, and you'll see value channels in the training. So, and that video I think is over 5 years old, which is insane. I'm going to take 2 off, cancel, and then I'm going to reset my stops so I'm in profit because we're getting close to the open. So expect some volatility to hit. Value channels are something I don't draw often because I see it. So for people wondering, well, how come I don't see value channels on your stuff? Well, it's because I'm typically drawing it. I see it in my head. I don't draw it. So, and when I'm doing like high level TA, then I do. I'm going to move this up a little bit to 77.09. That is seal. I think I was even using, I don't think I was using TradingView for that video too. Been an awesome trading week. Yesterday was a little bit tough, as we talked about in the evening market recap. We should name that. No, the new video is in the training. So for us, if you're in the training, then there is a new video. It's in the training site. So I'm excited about the next couple videos, completing the puzzle or continuing with the puzzle series. We're getting into some really good concepts that cover that, because now a lot of people understand, have gone through the training, starting to gain their edge. We can start covering concepts or we can start covering stuff that covers all concepts or a lot of concepts in one video. I don't have to slow down and explain it. Yeah, no problem. But Pharaoh's the one on is good. The one on YouTube is good, even though it's 5 years old, and I kind of cringe listening to the video of it. It's still good. It still contains the concept really well. The updated one I did is a lot better. So obviously, in the training. So for those that are wondering, I do have training. I do mention it from time to time. It's $9.97 one-time fee. That's what I've charged for years. Did used to charge just a zero point 0.03 Bitcoin. Uh, that's you get everything, all new training, all training, access to the trade room, um, and indicators, etc. And speaking to that, well, we're going to the open. One more minute to the open. Up about $2,300 on this trade. Where is my Kleenex? Sorry. TMI for you guys. I know. Let me put this on mute. Put it on mute. Round number 77 did have a reaction or around that area on CL. GC, I don't see a trade. I will do some TI on it when after the markets slow down a bit. I will be doing a video on this here, the market reaction time, market liquidity psychology and pivot times. I'll be doing a video on that. That'll be on YouTube. Excited about that. I mean, it's something I've talked about, and I'll share. It'll be in a blog post so you can find the image and everything else. All right, there we go. We got some volatility. Looks like it's going to sell. So let's see if we can stick with it for a while here. Up about $3,000. Let's see where we're at. There we go. I'm going to take 2 off just because it's highly volatile during the open and you just don't know. So it did hit the RDA on chart 4. So I do it. That's why I took some off, hit my first profit target, which I did outline. And if you see the 4 chart setup for those that are on YouTube and that are on Discord, you'll see I drew the line. That's where I took my profit right there on the 4 chart, chart 4, the RDA. My second take profit is, it's either the extreme band on chart 4. I'm also looking at chart 3 at the slow momentum at 880. And also you've got the middle of that kind of quasi value range at 873 spot 50. So an overshoot of the slow momentum. So we'll see. It does look like it's finding a bid here. Once again, I don't, I I would not recommend anybody trade unless they're really adept or they're in a position that's already profitable around the first 5 or 10 minutes of the open. Uh, so it's volatile. Things can move against you quick. So I don't typically do it, but I kind of read the weakness of that overall move. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm analyzing chart 4 as well as chart 1. And I'm saying, okay, I know it's an ugly chart. You can barely see it. All the crap on it. I'm saying, okay, well, what does this impulse want to do? And where are we at in this impulse move? I start on either the 5-minute or the big tick chart to do that. And what I'm looking for is, at the end of the day, and I were to look at the chart, this is the way I explain it, and I were to draw out this impulse move based on patterns. By the way, we do have pattern libraries in the training. So if you haven't gone through that, you need to go through that. But where obviously it looks like chart 3 is in control. So a good move would be potentially down to the RDA at 826 spot 50. If it gets down there, we'd be looking around that level around 811 spot 50 and going long. Once we got a signal to go long. Also, anybody in the room, feel free to pipe up as you typically do. I don't know. I'm not in the room when I'm not around, obviously. So but I do know that I take the oxygen out of the room sometimes. And I know a lot of people say, yeah, that's why we're here. But I do like some interaction. So if you're usually interacting, please continue to interact.
Yeah. So I think maybe this will be the changeover on C2, right?
Yeah, for long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be
Maybe.
right. We got the RDA. You'll see my stop on chart 2 is just above the RDA. both of my stops. And then we've got the VWAP there as well.
Yeah.
So I'll be watching. I mean, right now the key level to watch is 884, and then you've got another level right at 893. So if it taps 883 and then it does a stair step pattern on the way up, unless it just continues from here, I would go long. I would reverse. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Because this would also be an M9 check on chart 3.
Yep.
And there's no news today, and the buyers have been, buying like they don't have a
Like
care in the
crazy.
world,
Yeah.
So
So momentum is still momentum is not anymore on C1 long.
yeah.
But overall, we are still moving up, right?
Yeah, overall, and then I would assume we've got a key level right around 787. So the question I have right now is, if it gets up here to the extreme, I probably will call a bluff on the long. Now that I'm looking at it,
Which chart?
well, I'm talking chart 2. So chart 2,
Okay.
if it gets above the RDA, doesn't overshoot, takes me out. I almost wanted to go short again at the RDA there in chart 2, but I'm just looking at the pattern as it's unfolding on chart 3. And it has room on this candle. I mean, it's 25 minutes left in this candle. It could come up and test kind of 912, 915, 912, 920, right around where my entry is, and then just roll over again. That's kind of the other thing I'm looking at here.
Please tell me it's
Okay.
What's up?
Interesting.
Someone said, please tell me something. So we are looking at that level. So these levels are no longer valid. So we'll be watching the level at 884. So I think what I'll do is I'll reverse here. I'm going to put tight stops though. I'm not going to give it much room.
Be careful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only in 2 lots. So
Okay.
there we go. Tap that level. And then I'm going to tighten up my stop because it needs to move right now. It needs to start doing a stair step pattern on chart 2.
Yeah. That M24 on C3 is really close also. So
Yeah.
it's a strong level.
All right, so it tested that level at 886, the NQ. It doesn't look like a strong reaction yet. Needs an alpha candle on the green side.
Yeah.
I'll reverse again. Red. I'm short.
Cool.
I think it has more room.
Short?
Yeah, I think it has more room to at least 851.
Let's see.
There we go. I'm only in 4 lots though. Let's cancel this. And let's not get too aggressive here.
The M24.
Yeah, the thing I'd be careful with here is that an overshoot of that level on chart 2. But there's no real strong level on chart 4. So you've got a relatively weak level, or weak level at 850, and then your next level that I would be 832. So I'll enter at the RDA, up to the RDA. If it closes above the RDA, then I'll get out with a loss.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the pattern I know, like I said, I'm looking for the impulse move. The thing that does worry me is it did hit the extreme band on chart 1. So I'm not getting too aggressive as far as sizing. But right now it's about to hit the M24 on chart 3, and then we got the RDA right around 825. So
yeah. Enough levels to hold it to the downside.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah.
I got picked up on that short on CL. I might be early on that, like I said before. So I'm going to go in at 724 and then another one at 741. And then I might scale into that. I don't like the fact that it recaptured that level. I'm gonna get out. I'm out of the NQ trade because it recaptured that level at 883.
Still struggling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking. It's not. Yeah, I should have stayed in. Yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah, I shorted again. It just doesn't. I don't see a reason. Well, I don't see a reaction zone on chart 4. We are approaching. Is that yesterday's high? It is yesterday's high.
What about, is there any bearing in the chart 3 on the M24?
Yeah, that's the reaction we're seeing right now. So I'm kind of discounting that right now. And then calling the bluff up to the RDA is kind of where I've settled my mind now on. And then,
Gotcha.
we also got the 4,000 has rolled over. Big tick has rolled over.
Just looking positive
Yeah.
Order filled.
to the long side.
No, I don't like the way that I'm entering though. Yeah. So I need to put this up here. Market's giving me an opportunity to get out at relatively break even. But I'm going to stay in. I just see more downside. And I think that's the reaction to the M24. And then obviously we have the weak level at 851 on chart 4. So I'll share this.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
I don't like to short. It's not my thing.
Yeah. Oh, good. Like we were talking about last night, or I say often, trade your style, trade who you are. Don't trade someone else's style,
Yeah.
Know yourself.
Yeah.
For those that are new, you want to join us on Discord down below. In TradingView, you'll see a link that says join us on Discord. You can also follow on Discord or on TradingView as well. And then YouTube, follow on Discord as well. So we have momentum. I'm working on getting out the momentum video, which is an advanced momentum reading. Chart 4, we're momentum short, but we're biased momentum long. And there'll be definitions for all this stuff if you want to get deep. I mean, you should get deep into seeing it naturally, because that's the benefit of using the momentum and bias indicators, is that it smooths out the noise, so that you get an additional signal as far as what the market's doing beyond levels. We're at 50% of the opening range here. I do not like the way that it's coming up here and providing an alpha candle there, because you got a level up here, but I'll stick with it here for a while. This might be a losing trade if the bluff doesn't go. So I'm calling the bluff on basically that it's going to maybe exceed the RDA, but it's going to roll over. That's the trade that I'm looking at. I'm primarily using chart 2, but I'm also looking at how the momentum and bias indicators. We did lose the RDA on 2 candles there. It could be just an RDA overshoot on chart 4. So let me reduce down to the 4 chart setup. So, we did exceed. So that's where I look and say, well, what's the next level? We do have the yesterday's opening range high at 865, and then the opening range mid aligns really great with a strong level, weak level, I would say, weak strong level. Does everybody understand the distinction between? And you can type this in if you can't, obviously, mic it up, but you understand the concept between a weak strong level when I say that. I'll give people the opportunity to speak up. So go ahead.
Yeah. Strong levels are when the candles are aligned, right? The bodies.
So are weak levels. So
Oh, okay.
it is an alignment. But there's on especially chart 4, a weak level is you look left of the chart and you're in the middle of a range left of the chart. Oh, a strong
Mhm.
level is you look left of the chart and you really can't see another level left of you really easily. You have to go back a lot more. That's a strong level. So any level between here and 790, 788 is a relatively weak level on chart 4. So that would be the way to define it. And that's in the levels training. So if you haven't visited that, I know I keep mentioning the training, but I'm trying to give people like, if you're like, oh, I'm kind of weak on that concept. I want to learn more. That's how to learn more. All right. Might have to abandon this trade and take a loss. We'll see here. I do not like my entry. It's right in the middle of range of chart 2. I should look at that stair step pattern. I'm still calling the bluff on this, but if it closes above 908, then if an alpha comes and closes above 908, I need to get out. And then I need to look and see, does it make sense to reverse or am I chasing the trade? Because we're back up to the fast momentum. And this might be the first check or a check on the M24, and that would have been the right trade to do.
Let's see.
I'm going to put in a protective stop. I'm in 20, 22, 24, 26. I'll go up to 28. And then I'll put a protective stop. Be 6. 6. Just some protective stops. I'm going to move them down. They're fixed stops.
Slow movement for now.
I hate when they don't get picked up and it looks like it's going to roll over like that. Sucker and succotash. And I apologize. I know. Go ahead. The charts on are squunched up. Maybe I can find a way to. Maybe there's the auto fit chart. I should see if I can do that. Anybody else trading? Anybody else pulling capital from the market? Although I'm putting capital in the market now in this trade. We'll find out here shortly. I'm being very patient with this move. I should have waited a little bit more till this level. I don't like how far away we are to the half hour. 13 minutes away. I don't like that we're that far away. I'd feel better about this trade if we were closer to that hour, to that, first half hour of the cash market close.
And the reason being on that 13-minute thought is that this is a stronger move to the upside. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, and it's got this candle to close in 3 minutes, and then it's got
Mhm.
2 more candles to close that could get up to where my stops are. I don't like
Right.
that. So, I think once again, I'm the one thing I'll say about this week that I'm a little pissed about is that I've kind of fell back into my habit of doing these. I've done some really good trades this week. I haven't really got to spend more than an hour, or 2 or 3 hours here and there trading. But I'm just not happy with some of the trades because I fell back into my old habits, right? So I reduced by 2 or by 10 because now the trade's more manageable as far as where it's at. But once again, it might be holding the fast momentum on chart 3. So, you know, I lost about 3,500, 3,700 on that trade so far, and I'm down 1,700. So I'm not going to give it much room here. I'm going to I'll put it just above the level. My stops 928. Fixed stops. That's where my stops are. And I might get out sooner because now we have a momentum and bias shift. I should have just been more patient. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. If I'm going to fade the market, and then, you know, once again, I'm falling into the Friday trap in a way. So I'm wondering if
Still, it looks weak.
yeah, it does.
Still not very strong to the upside.
Yeah, and I see that, and that's why I'm still kind of sticking with it a little bit. So I reduced because that helped my basis because I did scale in higher. I was patient. Gives me an opportunity to give it a little bit more room, maybe re-add. And yeah, I do take a loss, but then I also reduce my risk. And it psychologically, you know, I'm at a, well, I already took a loss at 3,500. If this trade does work out in the direction I'm thinking, I'll make that up within, you know, within the move down to 890. If it works out. So, you know, I just didn't, that's why I reduced. I reduced to obviously reduce my position size and to still stick with it. So that's an option you can do. Just make sure you're not being stubborn, you know? That's the thing. Like, you know, I'm starting to think maybe I am stubborn given how the buyers are continuing to step up, and once again, I'm fading in what has been a really strong bias and momentum market on every other chart. And whoever said above that, what about the M9 or the M24? I should have just focused on that on chart 3.
We also have that M24 on C1 now.
Yep.
So if you break that, then it definitely goes higher. But
Yeah. And you'll see what I have is
still holding.
what I'm doing here is because I'm putting a trailing stop. I bought 2 more. That way I don't have to watch the chart as much. If I get taken out of those trailing stops, it'll tell me that I need to pay attention to the chart because I am streaming. My attention is diverted. So, you know, I'm working on these little kind of like hacks for my trading where I don't have to sit here because I don't usually sit and watch the trade, like I said, you know. But now with these, I bought 2 additional lots there, and those are the 2. And the reason for that is that I don't have to watch the charts. I can go look other things, comment, share stuff on Discord, and then I'll be notified if one of those gets hit, and then I need to pay attention. So that's what I need to do more of here when I'm streaming. That way, you know, I say all the time, streaming hurts my P&L. And unless you've done it yourself,
Yeah.
you know, it's a hard thing to describe how it does. I mean, trading's hard
Yeah,
enough.
you have to deal with a lot of things, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
we can
I'm streaming on to TradingView, to YouTube, to Twitter, to Telegram, but I'm watching comments mainly on YouTube and TradingView and Discord.
Okay.
And then I get bored. So, you know,
Okay.
normally I'd be going over here and I'd be looking at something like this. I'd be doing this. My library got taken down. I created a Rexdog library and they took it down because I didn't put enough description in there. Those assholes. So this indicator I want to release here, which is the Rexdog indicator in play. And I want to release that here. And I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, there I am in profit. I'm gonna stick with it, give it a little bit of room. We did have an overshoot on chart 4. Now, something to watch. This is something, when you go back, uh, momentum. So this is why this is a prime example of an advanced momentum technique. Momentum, it's still on chart 4 bias. It's still momentum and bias long. Well, yeah, it's still bias and momentum long. I'm gonna do shorthands with this so that it's easy to describe these advanced ways to talk about momentum. But you'll see here, momentum has yet to shift over back long on chart 4. That's one of the only reasons why I'm kind of still in this trade. Other than that, I think I'll be getting out here just because it looks like the overshoot of the RDA there, and it just looks like it wants to go up to that next level. So now we're closer to the next sorry, I'm trading. I reversed. I reversed and got a quick $1,300. I just wanted to win. All right. There we go. Gonna slowly go long. Not gonna fight the market anymore. We got 5 more minutes. I mean, to me, it's past the level. The next level on chart 4. The next level we got to contend with is the upward level. So it looks like that's the target at this point in time, 960. So I'm gonna try to get in, not get too aggressive. Because it's starting to shift over in chart 4. You can see that momentum and bias momentum is shifting back over on chart 4. There's the VWAP there as well. So I'm long only in 4 lots. I reduced my position because part of me feels like I'm over trading a bit. And I'm letting trades get away from me a little bit too much. So I'm I'm not in anything. I'll maybe try to get up to 6 here, but I'm going to wait for the pullbacks on chart 2 to the momentum checks and RDA. But so far in 4 lots up 920. CL, we're in 2 lots and we're just at $30 profit. Short. Wait. Yeah, short. I'm going to add one more. And then I'm going to trail my stops. All right, let's see if we get picked up on a kind of just above a slow momentum check. Now that I'm back to, we got the level on chart 3 that to be mindful of, which is 931, where it's at right now. So right around 931, 932. So I'm going to wait to see if there's a reaction at that level, which we would expect. And then I'm going to see if I can get picked up for an additional 2 or 4 lots. Actually, 2 or 6 lots. Sorry. I want to trade in 3s. All this making sense to everybody? Anybody use
Yeah,
HyperTrader?
absolutely.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, absolutely following along closely.
Yeah, so everybody here on Monday, the plan is because there's a group of people that on Monday night they go over the market and they go over the day. And I was on last night and I had a suggestion on maybe how to kind of do that a little bit more organized. So on Monday, I'm going to lead, providing I have treatment on Monday. I just get an infusion, but providing that everything goes good with treatment and I feel great. Monday at 6 p.m. Central, or not Central, but Pacific time. I will lead.
For us weirdos on the West Coast.
What's up?
For us weirdos on the West Coast. Sorry.
Yeah. It was when I was visiting my nephew, it was just odd to trade that late in the day. I just felt weird. It was kind of nice, but also it screws up your day. because like the market closes so late. So
You mean that early in the day?
yeah, that early. My bad. That early. So
Yeah.
you're tired.
Yeah.
You almost need a nap before you go out and do stuff. All right. I'm going to
Yeah.
add to this position,
Totally.
and then I'm going to add to the M24. We're going to add 2 more here. I'm a little pissed at myself for sticking with that short as long as I did, because we had a very clear short. You know, there was even a few people here mentioning it, and they were right, especially with the M24 check. I'm falling into the trap that I did mention yesterday, that I'm trading against the higher time frames like an idiot, thinking that I'm gonna on Friday catch the sell off. And I've said before, sometimes these Fridays, what do? Even given the news, especially the political news, I'm not going to get into politics, but at least here in the US, 2024, you know, is going to be a crazy year. And, you know, that's why I don't look at news. I mean, I do look at news, I follow it, but I just don't translate it into my trading. Today will just be a momentum long day all day, and maybe a couple key sell-offs is what it's looking like. So, you know, I'm not going to get sucked into that trap of thinking, oh, it's going to sell off. It's going to sell off. You know, one of the things that hurt me early on, and I've said this before, is back when I used to use the word, what's the word? Hold risk. No, that's not the term. I can't think of the exact term. So you have to forgive me. I'm on cancer treatment, so it's sometimes my brain. But who would want, you know, given the war and the politics, who'd want to hold risk over the weekend? What idiot's going to hold risk over the weekend? And then I would be shorting and shorting and shorting, and then I'd even be shorting a move like this instead of doing what I'm doing, trying to get in, going up to the key level, you know, and trading against the market, and then the market would end at a high on a Friday, and then it's going to roll over on Tuesday of next week, you know. And I was just looking at the chart and saying, who's buying here? What kind of idiot wants to hold risk over the weekend? You know, so all right. So now we're back.
So
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Continue.
Well, you'd said something about 960 as a level.
Yep. Chart 4.
And I read 942 as a level. Basically just kind of got reinforced by these two C1 candles. But why 960?
Chart 4.
What put you in that frame of mind?
Chart 4. I'll share it in the trade room alpha, or I'll share it in the index room. I'll share it in general. Chart 4 is a strong level, strong weak level. Oh no, it is actually it's a strong. It's the strongest level that exists on the upside. So the second that I saw that everything was changing
I see
over,
about a 969, 970 on chart 4.
On chart 4, there's a 959, 960.
On C1, you could say that this is a strong level at 942.
Yeah. I agree with the 42 ones.
That's the way I read it. That's the way I marked it on my chart. Took my target there.
Here.
But that's not a strong level on chart 4. It is a strong level on chart 1. Chart 1, 942. So that's why I'm still in this trade and I'm buying the pullback. That's why I bought that pullback to the RDA on chart 2, because I think the ultimate target is that 960 and above, which is the strong level on chart 4. I put high credibility just because I've seen it unfold time and time again. Chart 4 is strong levels. And of course, I put credibility in the other levels, but now we have another level we have to contend with on chart 4, which is 950 now. So it could roll over there. So when if we get up there, I'm a little concerned because the volatility is picking up a little bit as far as the downside. We do have, that last alpha candle on chart 1 did I think someone said last night, that they're finally starting to realize that a candle, what it does in relation to the momentum and bias indicators is just as important as the size and everything else. Well, that's a prime example. What did that candle do? Well, it held the bias, took out the momentum, both momentum indicators, and now because of that big green candle, it's now bias and momentum long, and momentum is switching over long from a kind of changeover state or potential changeover state. But if you look at chart 1, it never lost momentum in regards to bias. It got close. The momentum indicators never got below the bias indicators on that move down. So we have the first half hour. I didn't mention that about the volatility. I don't really like that my entry's right on the RDA in chart 2. It's a good entry as far as chart 2, but the buyers have kind of ran out of steam here a little bit. So right around 920, if it gets down there, is a recheck of momentum, and right around just below a key level of that previous candle. CL didn't sell off. Well, and I did get knocked out.
I don't know. I feel like it's gonna sell apart here.
Yeah, I got out. I'm just too close. If you look at that, it maintained the level on chart 3. It potentially did a double top on chart 1. I'm going to do a participation trade though. And then I'm going to trade down to 910.50. Going long. It does look like it's going to roll over, but I'm aligning with chart 4's RDA, or not RDA, but slow momentum. I should have took some off there at that level on chart 1. At 950 when I was up. That's the other thing. So because I haven't traded, I'm getting back into trading. Some of my old habits first start to present themselves first. Like, not sticking to the habit of taking profits in thirds. I should have took at least 3 off there when I was up in 9 lots and up about $3,000. And then put a stop right where I did make about $250. Buyers are still stepping up, man.
Well, for me, the charts still say this is a long market. I need to buy dips.
Yep. That's why I just bought the dip and got up to 6 lots. The first level to really watch on the upside is on chart 2, 937 spot 50. Closes above that. I don't see why it won't at least try for 950. But as we saw yesterday when I looked at the chart, there was a range there. It was a little bit later in the day. So, I think the opening range probably wants to make a little bit of a statement. But then that range lasted for 45 to 55 minutes where the wicks were primarily on the upside. So that's something to consider on the price action that I saw yesterday that was hard to trade. I'm in 9 lots now though. And
Games yesterday.
what's up?
That was a patience game yesterday for sure.
Yeah. Friggin' crack rock. It's fentanyl now. It's not crack rock anymore.
Yeah, I have since I committed to ensuring I was in multiple lots and taking small targets along the way. That has definitely transformed my ability to incrementally affect my P&L rather than trying to get these huge wins. A lot of small wins adds up.
Yep. And I'm going to do a video that well, I talk about it often, which is your P&L growth, which is like stair step, small step, hockey stick. 30-year positions, a trailing stop, hockey stick. That's your account builder. But then those small, if you're disciplined to do profit 1 and profit 2 and not lose on trades, not get too aggressive. Well, you're some days you won't ever hit that double, or some days you won't ever hit that triple or home run. But you'll hit a bunch of signals and you'll get a bunch of people on base. And like was said in that movie with Brad Pitt, you know, it's
Adds up.
yeah, it's about getting on base, whatever that great movie, that baseball movie. You know, it's about getting on base. It's not about, you know, home runs. Moneyball, that's the name of that movie.
Moneyball.
Yeah.
I think I ever watched that.
Oh, you haven't
Put
seen
it
it?
on my list.
It's a great movie. I mean,
Mm-mm.
it's about
Seen
baseball,
a lot
but
of movies. I just never seen that one.
yeah, it's about baseball, but it's well acted. Jonah Hill does an awesome job in that. So does Brad Pitt. The whole cast actually does a great job, but it's really
Jonah
about
Hill's hilarious.
yeah, it's about, but he does more. It's more of a drama. I mean, he is kind of the quasi comedic aspect of that film, but you know, it's got heart. It's just a really well done movie, and it's not. It's about more than just baseball. It's one of the best
Sure.
kind of financial movies I would say is out there.
Come on. If I ever get to 905 market, it's not down here. Let's go back up.
I need to get a new lamp. I haven't stepped up to 4K 34-inch monitors yet. I'm scared. All right. This is the line in the sand here. It's either going to hold this or it's going to really sell off. So 18, 21, 24.
Definitely the larger monitors, you definitely want to go 4K so you don't just have everything just monster size.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, on my kind of machine up in the living space, where people watch TV and hang out and chill, I've got a 3 4K monitor setup. And my eyes are getting to the point where I need to figure out some glasses or something to help with that. But I have 6 monitors down here. One of them is 4K. And if I do 34-inch 4K monitors across the rest of them, the middle one is the one that I'm streaming on because I don't want to go up in resolution so you guys can't see. But if I go to 4K,
you're right.
the amount of real estate I would have on a 34-inch monitor is insane.
Yeah, I read 3 27-inch 4Ks. I think these are. That works out pretty good.
Yeah. I do not like the way that it's stalling here, but I'm still with it.
That came down and tagged me in for another contract. So
I'm on the bubble. I'm tempted to if it doesn't come close above the momentum indicators on chart 2, I might just get out and just kind of
You like
rethink
to fade
my whole life.
your whole life.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for pre-market, I would be probably right just about $1,200 to $1,400. Pre-market though, I followed it up and then I followed it down, and then when I started the stream, I was in another trade following it down. So, but then I've since fell back into my old stupid ass habits. Momentum long, I am long. I'm still short in CL. I should look and see. Bitcoin really took a, I mean, you look at that move there in the daily, it's starting to sell off. So it's really on the daily level, if it can stay above there. If we look at the best time frame to trade crypto on, so the range I've been looking for is that 52,123.
Like yesterday, let's do that again.
So I'm in swings on Bitcoin down at, I don't know what my basis is. I think I don't know. I have to check. I think it's below 32 somewhere. I pretty much did it right here, right around 31 and 155. When I got in early on that alpha, because if you look at the 1 hour on that, it was probably a pretty clear entry. All right, there we are. We're up. We are up so far on this trade about 2,718. So how do I split up 18? And I'm going to put 2. I'm going to put 1 so I don't have to watch the chart. And then I'm going to put another 1. And then I'm going to break up the rest of the positions in 4 trailing stops. Actually, in 4 trailing stops below the RDA chart. Deuce. And then I've got these 1 lot positions to remind to tell me, hey, dude, check the chart instead of doing other shit, doing other stuff. Sorry, it wasn't showing the chart. I apologize. I wasn't showing my trading chart. There we go. So I'm up roughly 5,800. That makes up for some of the dumb trading I've done here. If I can get out here and take a profit, but we'll be taking probably 4 off here at
A little further.
above 960.
Sweet. More targets hit. I love it.
Yeah. You've been doing good this week, man.
It's feeling good.
Yeah, no, I've seen your confidence grow. I hear it. I see it firsthand. I hear it in your voice. So
Appreciate
things
that.
are starting to click for you. I can tell, just by listening to you.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Well, and
It's not an overnight thing.
I think someone last night mentioned they've been trading since '98, so they need to show their wife that they're going to make money at it.
I think that might have been Nikolai.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Started a long time.
I didn't want to call anybody
He
out.
predated me.
Yeah, I didn't want to call anybody
Sorry.
out.
Shame on me.
So you guys can
He's a
battle
good
it
guy,
out.
though.
Yeah.
He's fun to talk to.
Yeah, no, new alpha. I love when new alphas show up. One of the oh man, look at CL. See, it did sell off. I should have added to that. But the RDA and chart too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get picked up on a pullback to the M9 and the M24 on chart 2, and then I'm going to put trailing stops up above the kind of key level there on chart 2. There we go. I'm going to take 16. I took 4 off. I'm in 12 still. I'll put 4 down at my entry. Give it a little bit more room. I think it's going to continue going up. It's going to at least take out the high, right? At 971 spot 50. It's going up. Okay, now I need to break up this position so I can. So I'm going to start doing 1 lots so I can start putting in alert positions. That way I don't have to change. trade or watch the chart as much. Hopefully that's clear. Like I said, I could put alerts, but I hate alerts because they get stuck. Got quite a few people in the trade room today, so it's awesome. Great to see. I don't know if there's any tradees or anything. Once again, if you want to join the training, right click on, I never DM anybody. I very rarely DM people. But right click on one of my updates in Discord and send me a message and say, how do I get started, become an alpha? I don't, one of the things that we were talking about last night is the community, I believe, is where it's at, because I've turned down 4 people in the last 60 days from joining becoming alphas. I just didn't feel, in talking to them, 2 of them for sure, I just felt just weren't a fit for their attitude and how they looked at trading, and I just didn't. I didn't. Part of it is like I don't want anybody in that has unrealistic expectations. Plus, uh, it just didn't feel like they respected time of people. So I don't. I mean, I let pretty much. I mean, unless you're glaringly, unless, like I said, I don't let it. I like to talk to everybody. You just can't join, because I'm very cognizant of the group that we have here and the quality of conversations and people. And, while we do try to have fun, um, it's serious business. I want everybody here to be able to pull capital from the market. I want everybody here that's an alpha, and people that aren't alphas, they're following along. I genuinely want, your desire for most, I'd say 95% is to become a full-time trader. So, and I wouldn't, I was thinking about this the other day. Sorry, I'm up about 4,000 still and 10 lots still. That's the first reaction of an overshoot of the 960 level. See if we can stick with it. I would get back in if we get down to 931. Means I'd be taken out of all my positions. I'd probably get back in on the long trade. Maybe a little bit higher, maybe 943, which is the RDA, and aligns with the slow momentum on chart 4. Sorry. So I don't know what I was saying. I was saying something about. Oh no, I was thinking the other day. 5 years ago when I was going through some old videos, and I'm I'm not going to overdo it. It seems like I say this a lot, but I'm very appreciative of the group that's here, the people that show up, consistently. And if you can't show up every day, um, you show up when you can, and I do see that as well. So I know not everybody can show up every day or all the time, but there's a lot of consistency in this group, and um, I just couldn't imagine 5 years ago when I did that value channel that I'd have a really good core group of people that um, I enjoy spending my day around. All right. So 960 is still being difficult. My stop is below the slow momentum and RDA. My 4 lot stop is below the RDA. But so far 960 is actually having a stronger reaction. What I'm thinking here is, let's go over to the NDX chart. Let's go to the 5-minute. And let's see what this move has been. I'm working on an indicator. I might have to get with Banger for this one. Because I don't have the skill. 126 is the move. If you look at the impulse, oh, sorry, that's the wrong impulse. The impulse move so far in the first hour of the market is 77.52. About, around there. Taking some off. I might short this. I might short this pop if it gets above 974. Maybe a little bit higher.
Just
970.
barely, but we already have a broader price range than we had all day yesterday.
Yeah.
So the opening range today.
So we're gonna go. We got 7 minutes
encouraging.
till the opening range closes, right? So let's say
Yeah.
the next two candles will kind of create a range up here, and then it reaches up to 908 on the index, which is an overshoot of 900, and then we have a pretty deep pullback to the RDA.
C1 RDA aligns with 50% of the opening range, so that's a very likely scenario.
Yeah.
So you got your VWAPs down around there.
For those that are wondering or new, the RDA is a free indicator called the Rex Dog Average, and I'm working on an indicator. I just don't have the time to put it all together and do a video on it and everything else. I like to do full videos on it, but is the Rex Dog in play? Damn it, this CL trade, I'm in one lot and I'm up 557. I'm going to put a stop above. Is that the, maybe it's an RDA check at 75.94. So I'm going to actually take a little bit of a risk here and sell into that impulse move up, which would be, it's rolling over on chart 2. I'll share this on CL room. A beautiful pattern there. Patterns when they work out are pretty awesome. We broke 960 again. But we're 4 minutes into 4 minutes till the hour closes. I'd like to see an impulse, 2 impulses up on chart 1 and then short it. I'd be early in the trade, but there we go. That's what I'd like to see. But it needs to take out the high, which the high is 973 spot 25. Let's put a little marker there. And that's using chart 3. I mean, well, obviously you can see it, but chart 3. And this is the NQ high. I think we're already above the NDX high, are we? Succotash. We are. Jeez, look at that shit. These motherfucking buyers, dude. Damn. Sorry. I do swear. So for those that are wondering, I just try not to
I'm
swear.
muted, but I'm laughing my head off. So it's really funny.
Yeah.
Gotta have some entertainment, I appreciate it.
And like, you know, if I'm when I'm trading, I talk to myself. I use Rex as an excuse that he's in here, so I'm talking to him. But I talk to myself during trading. I'm sure I know a lot of people do that.
I'll definitely say
Yeah,
one of my favorite things about the community. Oh, go ahead, Jules.
I was going to say, talking to yourself is a sign of brilliance, so I do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm the smartest person I know.
Exactly.
One thing I'll say about the
conversations, too.
community.
Yeah, go ahead. Community.
the community aspect of kind of what you've put together here is I don't know anyone in quote unquote real life that understands or can relate to any of this. My wife is a well trained observer and commenter and supporter, but for the most part, nobody I know, understands, does this. I might have a friend who goes, "Hey, I'm kind of getting into trading," and they throw out all their theories, and 2 months later, they're done and they move on. And this is a group of people who have decided this is what we're going to do. It's not a matter of if; it's just a matter of when we make that transition to the full time and start living the Rexstock dream. And so it's nice to share that. And so the language we use, the emotional set, everything. It's nice to have people that understand, the psychology, the I can't believe I did that days, or the I can't believe I missed that days, or the wow, this is amazing. Look at this day. That's kind of the great part of the community aspect, because nobody in my real life has a clue or can relate at all. And most people I know don't even know I do this, because I just keep it to myself.
Yep. That's what you should do even as you continue to pull capital from the market. You'll be at parties and people ask what you do. And I just usually say I'm a futures trader, or I'm a trader. And then some people will pick my brain, and then I'd let them come to me before I even spend any amount of energy on them. But there we go. So we got the half-hour close. Not quite ready to pull the trigger on the short yet. I'd like to see it just tapped the high. So I'd like to see it exceed it and then start shorting. I think the other thing, this can't go without saying, and this is going to sound arrogant, but you guys have all been given a system that, and I don't know anybody really that doesn't, I don't know anybody else out there that trades a system live that isn't complex. I mean, our system, I do believe, is simple but complex. It's discretion. Okay, it's simple, but it's heavy on kind of discretion. And I'm working on a video for this, but that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to automate. Which is one thing I would share is, if you're interested in any aspect of automation of the Rexstock system, say, hey, I'd be interested in aspects of automation for the Rexstock system in the Alpha Den.
I am.
Yeah. So I want to, in the next month, have an announcement on that, because I've been working for it for a year. But one of the things that we've realized is that 90% of it can be put into a system, but the last 10% is arbitrary in the hands of an expert that can drive that car. So, that's kind of the way I'm likening it to, which is, you could probably build a car that could drive a NASCAR track pretty good without any cars, right? The second that you add cars, you need a human driving that car. So that's where this system, you've been given a system that objectively you can see me trade. And while it is there, it's simplistic, but the discretion makes it look like what is the complexity, because there's a lot of discretion in gathering all the information and taking a calculated risk. That's where the discretion lies. And that's one of the reasons why it's really hard to automate, is because while you can tell the system, hey, we're momentum and bias long, and then here's the state of the other charts, and then here's some other indicators. By the way, we broke this level. I'm going to be shorting. I did get picked up on CL. I'm up about 750. I'm going to put my trailing stops just above my entry. See if I can make some profit on that CL trade. I'm going to wait for an M9 check, most likely, to get out of this trade here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put, now that I'm in 6 lots on NQ, I'm going to put trailing stops at 2. And I'm just waiting to short. This might be the short zone, so I'll be looking for this, but I'm looking for a bigger expansion above that high. So, I'm not trying to, but I wasn't given a system that someone I could watch trade. And after watching maybe a month of it, I could get a general feel whether or not that system was bullshit or not, or that system was overly complex. I watched a lot of traders. I was in trade rooms, and you know, the reason, the sole reason why they were successful wasn't the system. It was because they became a successful trader by using their own discretion. And then they built a system around their discretion of trading the market to sell. I mean, I thoroughly believe that for most traders that are out there. Where I objectively believe that I've created a system that 4 to 10 times gives you high probability areas to look to trade. And then in between there's mini trades you can do. And I think that's a big component of it. And I don't, I could get out there more and try to grow more, but I intentionally do stuff so that I resonate with everybody that's in the room here in the right way. So we don't get people that are not able to take the system and pick it up and make it their own. So anyways, I'm kind of just sharing a little bit more about my philosophy. And all right, do I early short here? Well, I don't have a signal yet. So shorting now would be guessing. To get knocked out at 2, I'm going to be watching the NQ chart pretty highly. Sorry, I wasn't on the 4 chart setup. Okay, there we go.
Can you expand on what would you consider a signal for a shorting here?
Extreme bands on the NDX, we're almost there. On
order filled.
I'm just getting, I don't want to be in 6 yet. Damn it. Okay, I guess I do. We're almost at the extreme band on the NDX. So while I'm guessing, once again, I'm getting early. So I'm not going to get too heavy because I don't have a signal yet, because it could keep going up. This little where it leveled off here, I put big credence in because that's how the extreme bands work. When you see it level off, a lot of times you'll see a reaction, or it will be an important area of the chart. Now we're breaching an all-time high. So, I'm getting in the market. I got to take this phone call real quick, so I apologize.
We're also at the very key psychological level of the 18,000 here, almost there.
Order filled.
All right, sorry there. All right, I'm early here, so I really shouldn't be early.
I was saying on the futures, at least, we're very close to the 18,000, which probably is some sort of psychological level.
Yeah, and maybe it wants to hit that, so I might reduce here.
Order filled.
I'm so close that if it sells off here massively, that this position will be good at 8 lots, and maybe I can write it down to an RDA check. There we go. We got the first. This is where I'd have the first signal. Now you have something to trade against. Chart 2, you have something to trade against. You have a level. Chart 4, you don't have a level yet, but you have about 2,700 left before that level becomes a strong level. Then you got something stronger to trade against. So I'm just gonna, we got the slow momentum. So we'll see if that comes out and retest the level up above that was created. And then we got the RDA on chart 2 as well. So once again, I'm trading early. I'm guessing. I am guessing. I'm guessing with experience though, okay? And I'm not heavy. I'm in 8 lots. So, and I'm guessing because I hadn't got the sell signal yet. Now I have the sell signal. We got chart 2 taken out the M9. We've got a level we can trade against. We're about 1600 away from creating a level on chart 4. We're above kind of a we're above the high, so we're above the extreme. So like I said, I like to, with the right patience, I like to kind of short in these type of scenarios. But once again, I'm not totally guessing. Some of this is experience, but I am guessing because I didn't get the counter signal yet. I want everybody to be clear about that. That I didn't get the signal until that chart 2 at 10:37 market time, 39, actually crossed over the fast momentum indicator. There we go. Buyers are still stepping up. This is where what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the underlying. You're right, 18,000 might be the trigger zone there. So I'm going to buy some because I'm in a little bit of profit, and then just not be too aggressive on my additional entries up to 18,000 because maybe that's what people want to hit just so that they can say, oh, we hit 18,000. Who knows? Who knows what these crackheads are doing? I know crackheads are no longer crackheads. So I'm going to look at the underlying now. I'm going to go look at Tesla. We're going to look on the daily. We're going to see where are things at. So we're on the daily. Look at that move there on Tesla. Oh, sorry, NASDAQ, NDX. Duh. I didn't click Tesla. Okay, Tesla's got it's off the short. It's off the high. It's got about $3 or so till it hits a level. We're trying to recapture the fast momentum. So it looks like it probably does still have some upside, at least Tesla. Apple is rechecking the bias or the momentum indicator. It held the weekly open. I know it's hard to see. So why do I look at the underlying? That's one question people might have. Now, one of the things that I do that I haven't done so much is I have the internals, and I haven't had the internals up for a while for those that remember, So the internals, look at that. The up volume advancing, down volume declining. And I think I have a video on this in the training. I do have a video on this in the training. So we're about to hit the 60% mark, which is a reaction zone on the internals. If you look at the actual VWAP, we're in the second channel. You look at the combined NASDAQ ticker signal. We're in the middle, sorry. Yeah, we're in the second zone. We're above all 10-day anchored VWAPs, which is a given. We already knew that. All right.
Order filled.
All right. I'm going to get out.
Order filled.
And then I'm going to sell back on this impulse up. Got out. I'm up about $1,100 on the actual CL trade. I'm looking for where. So I'm at the VWAP. I'm going to take one off on CL because we're at the VWAP. So I'm going to. Now we might have a double tap on chart 2. Or we might go up to 1811. One thing I'm looking at here is on chart 2, I might get in quick here. So
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
That middle chart on TradingView, Meta, Apple, Amazon.
Yep.
How did you get that in all one chart?
So you just plus. So I'll share this in the general.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
This is the ticker that you use. And you can do this with any of them. You could even minus. So if you know the ticker, you can do minus, you can combine signals or symbols. And I don't know if you know this.
You can also do weights.
Yep.
you could do 2 times Meta, 3 times Apple, so that
Yep.
it might make sense to kind of equalize them
Order
so that they're
filled.
sort of
Oh, no, it doesn't. Because that's what the index does. So you're not getting any additional information. This,
right.
if you haven't watched the training video on this, on using this panel here with the combined, it's very powerful. I just don't, you know, I have a lot of things in the training that I've used over the years that I no longer need to use
Order filled.
just because,
Order
you
filled.
know, I trade just the base core system. Right? I'm out of the trade.
To use the formula, by the way, I think you might be needing a paid account in TradingView though, just so you know.
Oh,
Free
okay.
accounts.
Yeah, I got one. So no
I
problem.
didn't.
Thank you for sharing. Awesome.
Yeah, I'll share this on the YouTubes and I'll share it on the Trading Views. Oh, it was moderated on TradingView. Okay. All right. I'm not going to be too aggressive, so I'm still up on CL. GC, let's see if GC is hitting a level. I will go long on GC at, I'll look at getting into a position potentially right around 2035. So when I say alert, that means that I put one lot in there. That way, if I get picked up, then I choose to scale in or I look at the chart. That way I don't have to watch the chart. I'm like, oh, I get picked up. I lost about $750 playing around with that short there. I should have took some profit off, but since again, I said I got the initial signal, but it didn't follow through. So now this next one, given the extreme of where we got 14 minutes till the next candle close. So in some ways, I probably should push the decision about 10 more minutes before I get into a trade, unless something major changed on the chart. Once again, time. You need to be thinking about time too. You know, time is one of those things that I do believe you need to factor into your trading.
We're within inch
Yep.
of 18,000.
The market will be so proud of itself.
Of course, NDX is $100 below, I think.
Yeah. So the question is, you know, is the NDX happy with that? Or does the NDX want to go up and then I'll be kicking myself for not? I probably will buy the extreme band of the RDA. It's 970 or so if it pulls back to there at this point. But I'm looking for a short right around that 811, 87, 813. And I should actually do it in ones just so that I don't get too heavy here because I'm kind of, I don't have a signal yet.
Question is it going to close above 18,000?
Yeah. If it does, I would look for a little overshoot and then I'd probably go heavy and short. You know, I've seen things roll over at kind of these key levels where, you know, I have no problem starting over and over again sometimes, as long as I'm not overdoing it. That's why I've kind of not done anything. I kind of did it twice here. And I said, well, I need to be patient now and either wait for the signal or wait for it to exceed where I think it's going to go. And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for it to exceed where I think it's going to go. And there's no, I mean, the one thing you can do is you can use value channels, and then you can take 25% of the top range and say the impulse. You can also look at typical impulses, and you can say, okay, what's the typical impulse at new highs? But, you know, you're going to get a range. And even then, though, for most people, because this is a high or low probability fade, you're best to, you know, now that we have a level, we kind of have a level on chart 4. Now you're kind of,
Order filled.
you know, you're kind of best trading the levels and not getting too aggressive. And and this is, look, I don't suggest this type of trading for most people, because you got to do a lot of starting over. And it's an aggressive style of shorting the market when, you know, I like to sometimes get the tip top of where the market turns. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people here that have been here for a couple years know that that's one of the things that I just, for whatever reason, I still kind of like to do. And do I churn my account? Yeah, absolutely. I do churn my P&L. But ultimately, if I do it right, I make it up. Okay, there we go. Maybe the RDA on CL down to 75.93. I'm going to put a profit there.
On NDX, the 5-minute chart, we have had a lower low since 10:05.
I didn't finish let me look at Meta. Meta's coming up. It did sell off that key level, or it didn't hit that key level, damn it. Nvidia is doing what the index is doing. Holy crap, coin gapped up. Didn't buy anything in that pullback. I should have bought below the RDA. Help my basis. I mean, I'm already in. We talked about coin. It's an idea that I shared. I shared my entries months and months and months ago. All right, Alphabet is in the gap. It's got a little bit more before it hits 50% of that gap, key level. So I wouldn't expect to react. Well, no, it is above. So this might be a reaction zone for Alphabet. Now, for those that are wondering, that are maybe new, or why am I looking at these are the underlying that make up what I'm trading the NQ. If you don't know this, I would highly suggest what you do is you learn about the market and learn what you're trading. But these are weighted. So, and what I'm looking for is okay, what does the underlying tell me about, is it at reaction areas? Is the, you know, underlying thing that we're trading at key reaction areas? That's what I'm looking for here. So Microsoft here, once again, it's getting up to my sell zone. So we were buying Microsoft for well over the last 2 years. My sell zone is in the 440 to 460 range. I'm going to sell a third of the position. I do swing trade equities. And that probably will be over a year, all of that position. So I'll be getting good tax benefits from that. I don't think I have any basis on there that's less than 365 days. Sweet. Yeah. Right here. Oh no, I gotta wait. I gotta wait another month. Maybe a little bit longer. February or so was when I was buying heavy, and then I was buying in here too, January. Well, Shazam. All right. It's slowing down. Volatility is slowing down. Go ahead.
When trading the NQ, do you have a common amount that you use trailing stops? I know to some extent. Do you have a common amount that you like to trail those stops? Kind of the initial go-to, and then you adjust from there, or does it vary based on market conditions all the time?
It's always varying based on market conditions. That's in the stop loss training too. But basically, I'm looking at chart 2 a lot. and saying, I want to be above, I want at least 3 reactionaries between me and that trade or that, So,
Mhm.
here where we don't have any reactionaries except for levels, when it does roll over, you'll see me, I was looking at TradingView and I logged in on a different browser and it asked me to move a trailing stop. It said, do you want to move the trailing stop? And it said yes or no. It gave me a pop-up. And I never saw that before, and it is underneath the alerts in the options. And that led me to believe that maybe you could change. You could change trailing stops on TradingView. So I'm going to try TradingView. The app is actually just and I think, I haven't heard from Asenki in a while, but I think he said the app is basically just a browser interpretation of the browser. So I'm using the app to trade this. But my thinking is that maybe there's a browser that actually takes into account the ability to move trailing stops. So I don't know.
I don't think it should matter. The browser shouldn't really matter.
Well,
The thing is that if this is connecting to Trade-O-Vate, I know the Trade-O-Vate's trailing stocks there are fixed and managed by the system itself.
yeah.
So even if you're trying to change that in TradingView, it's possible that it's not really going to affect it in TradingView because, in Trade-O-Vate, because Trade-O-Vate just has its own stop type. Like I know that if you manually try to move the trailing stops, it doesn't let you do that, which is kind of weird.
Yeah. And
Delete.
that seems like, but I mean, I know you say I log into Trade-O-Vate with different browsers and I see different behavior. So
Trade-O-Vate. Trade.
yeah, that's what I meant, Trade-O-Vate. I didn't mean
Oh,
TradingView. Sorry.
okay.
So
I don't know. Trade-O-Vate, it's such a love-hate relationship because there's some things that are really well done, but
yeah.
then there's some things that are so like amateur hour
Oh, I agree.
that I'm shocked that this is a trading platform given some of the bugs I've seen. But yeah.
So yeah, you can't move it on TradingView because so I tried to move it on TradingView and it doesn't move. It does look like it moves, but it doesn't. It just this is the one thing that, like you said, Trade-O-Vate is kind of a crap I mean, I like it because it's a simplicity. You know, I tolerate Sierra Chart. I do like Sierra Chart. I just, uh, you know, I think it's easier. Well, I haven't sat down and set up Sierra Chart so I could stream and everything else just because I'm waiting for the developer that I'm working with to help me because I'm not an expert in it. So, you know, so I'm in 6 lots. I'm short. I'm gonna probably go short here more. So, and then we're gonna take a little bit of a risk here that the RDA is gonna react and come up and actually come down and sell. So we got the opening range high, right? Where's that sucker at? There it is. Opening range high, target possibly, which is at 970 spot 25. I'd like to see chart 2 react to the RDA up, hit the momentum indicators on chart 2, and then have an alpha candle, and then go down and hit the RDA on chart 1. That's what I'd like. And then maybe even go down to the opening range mid. We've got 3 minutes to the candle closes, to the hour candle closes. And then the question is, that green candle is pretty strong. It closed above the high. Are we going to follow through? And is that follow through going to tap the high, which is right around 795? And then is it going to roll over from there? Is it going to exceed that and then roll over? I know I'm only thinking, I'm also, so I'm sharing my thoughts. I'm guiding myself to make sure that I'm not getting overly aggressive with my shorts. I'm not just trying to catch the short at the high just because I want to be cool. So I'm guarding myself against that. We got 2 minutes till the candle closes. I don't really like the way my position is. So I'm getting out at minimal loss. And then I'll get ready to add in a larger position. And then we'll put 6 here, 9 here, 6 here, and then 3 here. And then I'll scale in at these ones up here. I just got to make sure I'm not fixated on trying to short the market when everything is at an all-time high and I'm being an idiot trying to short the market. Yeah. Should have got out the second that it breached that. There we go. Okay. Should have been more patient. 1 more minute to the market close. The question is, how much of a follow through are we going to have on that red candle or the green candle on chart 1? Chart 3, sorry, chart 3. Duh. Chart 3. Come down. Is it going to come down? Test the strong level on chart 4, the weak level at 976 spot 25. I'm long up to this 18,000, but we'll see if I want to reverse that. All right. We got the close. It's above the level, above the close almost. Should wait for a positive signal to short. So I'll wait, be patient. I will put it, no, wrong, stop, put 1 here. All right, we're seeing a little bit of volatility here. I like to see that because that means that there is kind of an argument at this level. I like to see arguments.
If you count the wicks and then the candle bodies, we got pretty much, this is our 6th candle that's having issues with 992 spot 75 or thing. So there you go. I think it would be funny to get this close and not actually hit 18,000. So I think that's happened. Oh, here we are.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm gonna give it a little bit more room.
Done that.
Yeah. I burned
Headline
through
on the newspaper, financial news.
about 11,059 there, playing around with that. So just $1,100 playing around in that. Oh, what did I get picked up on? Oh, I got picked up on the long on gold.
Order rejected.
What? What?
All right. Now, what does the market do for an encore?
Order rejected.
Why is that rejected? Am I doing something wrong here? All right. We'll see if that happens. Got to be careful that this 60-minute candle here doesn't come up and really rip up. You know, 3 Commas wants to do some stuff with me. So I am considering it. It's one of the few apps I believe in, except for they did have a hack. So I am mindful of that. But it's one of the few apps that I do believe in the crypto market. I've got to look back at it. But their community manager reached out to me and wanted to see if I could. I've got some popular videos in 3Com, and then I don't know, they mentioned a comment that I made somewhere about it that's popular. I don't know. And they reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to do a series of videos, like not quasi-sponsored, or I don't know what exactly it is. So it's the only one I've ever considered, just because I would use it if I got back into crypto trading. So it might give me another excuse to kind of get back into heavy duty crypto trading, using the tool, because I could see myself now that they've got a lot of automation tools. It's pretty cool. So, you know, I'm just sharing that. So those know that I don't, I don't think I've never done a sponsored deal. But I'd do something with them just because I can get, they did say that they'd share some inside stuff that they're working on that's beyond some of the stuff they're doing with the group. And I told them, I said, look, my group isn't like, I'm not growing it huge. But they said, you get good engagement. And anyways, I'm just sharing that just because if I do, obviously I will disclose that it's some kind of relationship or whatever it is, sponsored, but for those that are wondering what this is, that's the tool. Ooh, am I shorting? Am I wrong? Call the bluff. We'll see. I'm gonna have to take profits quick if this trade works out. Boy, does it want to it breached 18,000. 1804, 1803, right? Yeah. Booyakasha. Need to see an alpha on chart 2. I'm getting out at just barely break even. There we go. Okay. That's where I should have been patient. I'll stay up here. Then I'll add. Look at that. The question is it gonna be as the body is the body, or is the candle gonna be as big of a range as it was, or is it gonna be so that previous candle on the NQ on the 60? Sorry. Let's go to the 60. That's a 55. Puts it up right around 18,055, which would then be close to what the index would be making, 18,000, and maybe that's what the index is going for. So I need to just, this is my third trade of doing this. So if I don't book a profit here, then I will sit down and rethink my life on this trade. Let's go back to the 4-chart setup for YouTube and Discord. How's anybody trading? Where are they at? Are they, I bet there's people going long that are trading with the system like you should be and not doing what I'm doing, which is playing around with these shorts.
That first retracement, I caught the long and the transition first down around 904, and then exited on that retracement. It took some targets and stuff in the 930s, and then re-entered at 928. Took more targets, and I've been dragging a couple contracts with a 20-point trailing stop.
Sweet.
So it was a very good move for me. I'd like to pre-order one of these every day.
Yeah. That would be good if you could pre-order trades
Right.
or DoorDash trades.
I'll take a nice 75 point. Yeah.
I don't know. Can I DoorDash a trade here?
I neglected to move because I had some scaling orders and I neglected to move them up. I kind of wish I would have done so on that wick from that candle 20 minutes ago or so.
Yeah.
But-
So I'm short. CL is maybe taking me out with one lot. I might, if it gets up to my entry again, I'll probably sell again. Continue. Sorry, I didn't want to break in. I just wanted to share. I am short on the NQ, but we'll see where that's going.
That's because you're edgy and aggressive like that.
Yeah, I'm also kind of, I love the short. So, I just, but, it's going to cost me about $3,500 in P&L if I'm not right here. So, I look at that and say, well, I wasted I'm up, I'm only in one lot. I'm up. I already made profit in CL about $1,000. I'm up 480. GC, for some reason, the chart's not letting me enter a position, which doesn't make sense. It could be this account.
Somewhere in the contract month.
No, I think it's a reduced. This is a sub account of this account, and I think I don't have enough to trade the amount of GCs and CL contracts because their initial margin. You can see my initial margin is maxed. So I think the initial margin is maxed on those, and it's not allowing me to trade those. So, I could transfer over money. I think I can transfer money to the sub account right away, but I'll see.
Order filled.
Or I'll just log into another account and make the trade. Okay, there we go. Sucker and succotash.
CL's dropping hard.
Yeah.
That's good for you on that one.
Yeah, I'm looking for when I'm going to go long.
NASDAQ reciprocated with the opposite move.
Is the plan to get together tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, usually there's only, I think most people have better ideas of how to spend their Friday night, so it's usually pretty quiet.
Yeah.
I did get a request or two about possibly recording it, since you got people in Europe and stuff that don't have the ability to who wants to wake up in the middle of the night to do that,
Yeah,
So
I think there's so what we can do is I guess you can either use your YouTube account, or I can probably maybe add one or two of you to the YouTube account, or I'm going to record the set. So I might do it tonight instead of Monday if we're going to do it tonight. But I'm so the treatment I'm on, just so people know, is I take pills twice a day, and I'm at the end. So for 2 weeks. So this is the last day. So I've been taking 375 milligrams of these chemo pills for 2 weeks, and I'm at the tail end of it. So tonight, when I eat, I have to have it with a meal. So when I eat dinner, I'll take it, and I never know whether or not it's going to hit me hard. So I think I'll just plan for Monday, just because it is the weekend. But that's the other thing with trading. When you're a trader, like, yeah, you do get the weekend off, which is why I like to trade futures. But at the same time, I mean, my schedule is whatever I want it to be, you know? Like, sometimes I am doing stuff on Friday because Friday for me is just kind of another day, right? I mean, I am a little worn out sometimes of the week, but like, I'm not tied to like a 9 to 5 per se. I mean, I am when I trade the cash market, but you know, it's at least when you it's a good work for yourself, I guess, is the way I would look at it.
Yeah.
I'm very anti Gary V. So, I mean, I just think
You
that
lost me there. Anti what?
Gary V. Gary Vaynerchuk.
Oh,
So
I do not know who this individual is.
so I mean, he's kind of a meme about hustle and work hard and work your ass off, and you know, sometimes he is about work smarter,
Gotcha.
but I just I do agree with some of his concepts because that's the way I operate in the all out massive action. I'm profitable here on 30 lots, so we'll see if this works out. But I don't like his I don't agree with his delivery method of how he teaches people to be. I think his message is right, but I just think that I don't know, I don't agree with it. So what I'm saying is that there is what I'm relating to trading is that when you're first starting out, the most successful traders I've seen are the ones that do get fanatical about it. But that fanaticism pays off bigly. Because especially when you have a system that, you know, you're trading, you're not changing, that you see, and then you have a group like here, like I said, that's why I hate to keep going back to it, but like the thing you guys been doing at night, I've always wanted to I just time for me, you know, I got, you know, terminal cancer. So for me, that, you know, spending time with family and not, I mean, I'm in my man cave today. And, you know, my wife looked at me a little weird because she said, "Aren't you on your last treatment cycle?" I'm like, "How are you going to get up and trade and do everything?" I said, "You know, it's what keeps me going." You know, um, I said, "Otherwise, what I'm going to do watch Gold Rush more," which I didn't realize how much offshoot shows Gold Rush has. Holy shnikes!
Yeah.
And it does get worse as the seasons go on.
There's a new one, a new 2 seasons in, I think,
Is it
about the
the Hoffmans?
oh yeah, Hoffman's. Yeah, yeah. They get some new ground way up in the boonies north,
I don't like those
and
dudes though,
it's actually
but
I
I'll
like it a
watch
little
it.
better.
I'll watch it because I'm hooked. So I've watched the one with Freddie and Juan where they go out and fix gold miners. I've been watching that too. And you know, Parker, I think you were the
Yeah.
one. For those that are, I'm talking about a Discovery show called Gold Rush. It's about gold miners, and I think there's 15 seasons and 14 seasons. Parker actually is pretty active on
Old
Reddit.
Schnabel.
Yeah, he's actually pretty active on
On what?
Reddit. Yeah, so if you go and look, he
Oh.
was online last night answering questions, I think, and then he's
I
done
just
an
got
AMA.
stopped out. I'm out now.
Yeah,
I'm debating the short.
I'm short. I'm short at I'm gonna start doing trailing stops, and I'm in 30 lots. I'm up 84, 8,500. Now we're at the RDA, so I'm gonna take profit because what was the mistakes I was making before? I wasn't taking profit. Now I'm gonna take profit at this key level right around 978 if it gets there. That's 5 lots. And then I'm gonna trail the rest of my stops in 5 lot increments, which would be 20, right? And I'm gonna straddle. This is how I like to do shorts when I'm in a trade like this. So I have my profit. I've already took my profit one. And yeah, I'm not doing it in thirds because I'm trying to stay with this trade a little bit more because I do think that maybe that alpha or that alpha took out the M9 on chart 4. So I'm being mindful of that. So I'm going to share this in where I'm at in general. So this is how I like to straddle so see how my position is there. I've got kind of two trailing stops above, and then I got 2 trailing stops below. And then I've got a 5 lot profit target 2. I've already took profit target 1, which is at the RDA, but I didn't do it in thirds. I just did 5. So, but I'm looking at that as profit target 1, and then profit target 2 would be at 979. And then what I'm looking for is that, okay, I've got the momentum indicators between me and my position and my stops. And in a lot of normal market conditions, what will happen here? Quite simply, it will use because it's rolled over in momentum on chart 2, it will use those indicators to continue to sell off. And I don't know if it's worth me trading on TradingView anymore, just because it doesn't seem like I'm getting comments or people are showing up. So maybe I just drop that. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know if you're not reeled in any new contestants that way. That's how I found you for the stream on TradingView, but that's been a while. Maybe nobody else is watching it. I don't know.
Yeah. No, and I mean, it's not the only thing about TradingView is I can't, until they do tick charts, I can't do the 4 chart setup because they only allow you to stream
Right.
TradingView charts. Holy shnikes, we got a lot of people in the room today. I think that's the most I've seen for a while. Anybody else want to speak up? Share their mind? Oh, I'm going to be knocked out, you bastards.
Yeah.
The buy side is just way too strong up in her.
Yeah.
Jeez. I'm going to get out.
Order filled.
I just take,
I just did.
yeah. So I might short again, and I might short again at 30 lots or 15 lots and to do another 15. But, you know,
Order filled.
all right. I went long 15 lots and then, 15 lots and then 5 more around the RDA for a pullback. And then I meant to do 5, but so one thing to consider here is like, okay, where is it going? What is it trying to do? Remember, the NQ is beyond the NDX, right? So if the NDX wants to close above 18,000, the NQ has to close higher. So, you know, it's kind of doing, okay, well, the NDX, I mean, it's got, when I'm streaming, the shift doesn't work. It has 74 more points to get up to 18,000. 74 more dollars, or yeah, dollars, not points. Well, I never know.
Like transposable there.
Yeah. So, I'm in 15 lots. So let's say that let's go up 74. Let's do it. Let's just see what that looks like. From this open, 74. That's right around the extreme band at 18,068. I don't know if I'm going to stick with trading, like streaming the whole time, but I might. I got to get up and stretch and stuff and see if any coffee was left for me. I already finished off my. So anybody have anybody else want to speak up? Anybody else? Well, how's your trading going? I'd really love to hear from. Got a lot of people in the room today, so I'd really love to hear from.
This to me still looks like it could be doing a stair step down though on C2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're making lower lows and lower highs, so just need to break that 983 decisively for this to be true.
I think
Order filled.
my challenge on this now is that there's a strong level created on chart 4 and on the upside at.
Yeah, there are strong levels here that it would be hard to work through it.
So I'm in at 30,000 now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to not give this much room. I want to see it come up and take out that level in chart 2 at 18,001. It might not. It might come down to an RDA check, which is, you know, I'm on the bubble with this trade. There, I'm out.
Filled.
I got out, made about $270. I'm in the middle of a range. Terrible place to trade. So here you got to be trading the extremes. And CL, if you look at CL at 75.93,
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm going to target 75.93 again. Then I'm going to scale in up to an RDA overshoot on CL, and then the level that is at. So CL has a level on chart 4, but it's also chart 2, right at, give me a second, 76, no, a little bit higher. Why is it not showing up in this chart? Remove all drawing objects. Hide drawings. Okay, why is it not showing up? Oh, it's not. Oh, it is synced. 7670, 7660, sorry. So I'll scale up to that and unseal. Okay, now we're at a key level on chart 3 with the NQ.
Order filled.
So I shorted at 15 lots because it might break that key level. And this might be the rollover. I'm not going to give it much room though. I'm going to give it as far as my stop. I'll give it up to 17,996, 17,998. That gives the RDA, or that gives for it to break the RDA, and then momentum has moved short on chart 2, and then for it to come maybe check momentum, but then sell off. And that's going to be a hard stop. So I'm not going to like, I'm going to just let it sit there and see what comes of it.
There we go. I like this.
Yep. The question is, do you want to get aggressive, right? And aggressive is waiting for a pullback to the fast momentum in RDA. Now it's hitting that level at 977 spot 50 on chart 4. Talking the NQ here. So 2 ways that you can learn about the trade system. And I'm going to be, I'm going to spend, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend I'm going to put in my calendar to spend 2 or 3 hours a week updating my website to make it a little bit more readable, a little visually nicer, to explain the system. So you can go to the website, you can learn about the system, or you can go to Discord and you can also go to YouTube. I mean, I have, how many videos do I have on the YouTubes? I don't know how many videos I have. I'm not consistent. I know people know that. I barely break 300 views, 200 views. How do I tell how many videos I have? Succadash. Am I that stupid? How do I? All right, this is a good short so far. I wish I would have been more. Now it's hitting that level. I'm gonna still play those zones, and I'm gonna basically have my positions at my entries at the M9, chart 2, RDA, and the actual slow momentum, M24, because I think there's still more room. Oh, sorry. People need to, if you're watching on YouTube and okay, now the opening range high is potentially where that's 17,969. So if it gets there, I'm gonna have to take some off. And then, an RDA or, a mid would be kind of the move I'm looking for. But now, if you do a value channel on that alpha on chart 1, this is the other thing you can do. This is in the training as well for those that know. In the advanced candle setup, there's how to take an alpha candle and then do a value channel on that alpha candle and look at the key levels. So if we do that,
Order filled.
let's just remove this. And let's do this. And I don't need this over here. And we use the fib retracement customized. Our mid is at 17,965. So that's a kind of key level. Now it's stalled at the 75%, which is what we expect. So we got to be mindful that the most important level from a value channel perspective on that alpha is the 75 and then the key level that was created above. So I'll keep in mind this is a super fade in a way, because where's my, oh, there it is. The question I would be asking myself at this point in time, now that last candle did break the fast momentum pretty heavy. So, and it closed right at that low. Question I'd be asking is, we're going close to the lunch hour. Does this thing on chart 1 want to do a double top? And if it does, then my entry and where I'm at is terrible. Because the double top would put it back at that 18,000 or so, 18,003. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I can barely, I'm not even breaking 4,000 subscribers on the YouTubes. Oh, let's see how many videos I have. Should be saying it here, shouldn't it? I don't know. I'm interested just because I don't remember. I do not like, so it needs to sell off here. Oh, look at that. NQ did go, or CL did go down another block. GC.
I know, Rex, that the 1 minute's not your favorite chart, but the one thing, and maybe I just need to plot this on a different chart, so I've got it. But the one thing I do like about it is the RDA behavior. On it being like this was an RDA. It didn't RDA check on the 1 minute, and I've found it to be pretty consistently good in the way it holds the RDA and can keep me in a trade that I should stay in, or gives me some good entries. So just for commentary's sake.
No, I agree. I mean, I just think it's a shit chart though. So
It's all right.
I mean, I hate it because it's time based, and it pisses me off using it because they don't have tick charts. So I refuse to use it, even though like you said, there is edge in it. I agree with you 100%. There's edge in it. I refuse to use it because it makes me realize how much of a shit platform they are for not adding something simple. I mean, they're a great platform. I love it. I really do. It's one of the few tools I like to use.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can't tell you the number of times I've tried to use my Google Kung Fu to try to find some shred of evidence they're going to add it soon. Those dang pictures.
Yeah.
Drives me crazy too.
So that's why I refuse to use the 1 minute, even though you're right. It is the good and interpretation. Now, one of the things that we started doing with some automation is looking at range bars. So, you know,
Yeah.
one of the charts that we use is range bars, and there's a specific way that we're using range bars in automation. Like I said, in the next month, providing everything goes good. So for everybody, since there's a lot of people here, I've been working on automation for over a year. And this is going to sound, it's not done yet, but I have the vision of it being complete, the same vision I had when I completed the Rexdog system and started to become profitable. I saw that I had the system and I had the ability. And from that vision forward, and it was after I kind of, if you know my story, I threw a monitor against the wall and I came back, and like a month or so later, I had created the Rexdog system, finalized what you see here, and I had a vision that I've solved it. Still a lot of work to do. So don't get me wrong. It's not like I solved it and, I was running through the meadows naked and, being all happy. It was still tough. So I have the similar, and the developer I'm working with in Sierra Chart to automate the system. And there's a reason why we chose Sierra Chart is because I wasn't going to create a black box automation that alphas couldn't take advantage of. Now, I'm just going to caution up front, there's going to be a cost, and there's some stipulations here because automation doesn't work the way you think it does. And you need to understand the system because you are a manager of the automation. The way to look at it is that automation is going to do exactly what you tell it. And we're 90% there. That last 10% is difficult because it's where I shared this last night. It's okay. Well, we're getting pretty good trade. Okay, let's see if I can stick with this here. That last 10% is where the discretion is that makes me a good trader and makes all of you successful traders. So how you guys are going to be successful traders is that you're going to use the system, adopt it to make it your own. And how it's going to work is that your discretion is your edge and your conviction is your edge. And that's 10%. So you've got 90% of the system. You're working on the 10%. It's the same way with automation. We've solved finding key levels. We've solved automating really cool things. We've solved, and we have a lot of cool indicators that we've created that would even help just trading as well. So I wouldn't let anybody get involved that I didn't feel had a good handle on the system already, because they won't be able to be successful, because the end goal is I don't want it to die with me. Okay. I don't want all the automation work that I've done to die with me. I might have another, it could be 6 months, it could be 3 years. Okay. I'm looking at some trials and everything else, but I had a scan this week. I didn't even look at the results. Usually, because I'm just waiting to meet my doctor on Monday and I'll look at the results then, because it doesn't matter, not shit I can do about it. So I don't want to, I'll wait till Monday when I meet my doctor, and usually I look at the results, but I'm not going to do anything different. All right, so we're getting stopped out here. We're on CL, we're up about $1,300. That's pretty sweet. I'm going to take some profit here, and then we're going to put some trailing stops up in her. Hold on 1 second here, so we don't lose money.
We did bounce 50% of that alpha candle.
Yeah, I see that.
That you were outlining there on C3.
Yeah. So in this scenario, I might let it overshoot the RDA on chart 2 and get taken out, and then short it again, just because, it's not worth risking. I'm in a good position, but it's not worth risking that it's going to bounce. It also is using the M24 in chart 4. And then also it's the opening range high test, right? And then it's also the M24 on chart 1. So, we got a lot of things here that right now, the right move probably would have been to exit a good majority of the position there. So I'm going to exit here, and then I'm going to start shorting right around 17,986, about 75, even though I'm going to short 5 here just because I want to participate in this trade if it does use the momentum and bias indicators on chart 2 to sell off. And then I'm going to use the level on chart 4 to trade against at 17,991 spot 25 to kind of really get into my position with an overshoot. I'm looking for an overshoot of the RDA. So I still see short. So back to the automation. You know, it's running. The current state of it is running now. Right now, the way it's set up is that the way it's going to be set up here is that I can call in 4 or 5 times a day and tell it, like right now, I would communicate with the algorithm on how to trade what's going on right now. Be aggressively short, so I would have, I would be controlling it, but then I would be automating the trading and trading the way it should be traded. Because that will get, well, we're close on the arbitrary nature. That's the first process. But what I wanted to have, I'll share this, as I wanted a story before I even approached anybody and said, look, I've been trading live capital with this for 6 months, and here's the story. The problem is that the developer that I'm working with has had some life issues. And I'm sharing this, I shared it last night. Their house got flooded and completely destroyed, basically. Well, not completely. And it was a question of whether or not the insurance was even going to pay for it. So they've been dealing with it. The other thing with the developer is that, while he knows the system and he can trade, he doesn't trade, and it frustrates the hell out of me, because part of the plan was, well, I'll teach you the system. You can trade, and if you made $500 to $1,000 a day, does that solve your income challenge? He's retired from something, so he said, yeah, but then he, for whatever reason, he just doesn't have the ability to trade arbitrarily, even though he understands it and gets it. So one or two things are going to happen. I'm going to fund an account, and then that's going to pay his salary, or I'm going to pay his salary, and then we'll work with other developers, or maybe one other developer, to kind of finish it off. Now, this is where I'm calling the bluff here, and I'm not going to give it a lot of room here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 10 lots here. I really should give it up to like 18,001. And then I'm going to do trailing stops. I might have got a little aggressive here, so I might reduce this position if this holds up here. Just need an alpha candle coming and testing the M9 here on chart 2. So that's the plan here at this point. I wanted to come to the group with a story, and the story I wanted to come to the group with is, hey, I've been working on automation. It's been an arduous task. And alphas will have the opportunity to participate. Don't know any details yet, but and then also having more heads in there helping with the automation aspect and finalizing would be great. But in order for that to happen, I need to fund the developer to be able, so that he can continue. Or work with maybe alphas, or we're open to options. But I wanted to come with a story of not, hey, I've been working with automation and it hasn't been trading it hasn't been trading live capital. I didn't want to come with that story. That makes sense. I got knocked out of CL. I'm going to continue to short because we're right around the RDA on chart 2. And then I'm going to do another entry right around 76.46, and then another entry right around 76.58. And then I'm going to do 2 lots up there. All right, so now we're in 25 lots. It's holding that level on chart 2. I don't like the way it's holding that level.
Stop field.
I might just get out here and just start over, but we'll see. I did fade it at the level I thought I wanted to. So I like where my basis is at 17,992. It's right at that level where I want to be. It's just not selling off. So I'll give it a little bit of time. So I'd love to hear feedback on what I've shared with the automation so far. People speak up or type in, do it in the alpha den. But I'd love to, I know there's some people that are completely excited. I know who you are. So, but I mean, even but I just love to hear feedback. What I don't want to do, and I'm going to end with this, and then I'd like some feedback, is that it's not going to detract from people making money trading. It's an additional thing that maybe you will get to the point, if everything works out or not. My goal is that I'd still be trading and I'd be doing the automation, because the other thing that's beautiful about this automation, the overnight market, when it's tuned in, you're making money that you're not ordinarily making. And you can't, it's hard to trade the overnight market because the volatility it takes so long. But, and if you look at the overnight market, the trades, there's 3 to 7 trades sometimes or usually in the overnight market. Depends on the day. And if automation can capture those, that's money that you wouldn't be capturing anyways. So that's one thing I'm excited about. The other thing is that I'm just excited about, the other thing with automation is that it's a whole nother risk profile. It's a whole other risk profile that you have to kind of be mindful of. So anyways, I'll shut up and I'd love to hear some feedback from anybody from what I've shared so far.
I love the story. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I love the story. For longest time, I've been saying that I want to program Rex Dog, and this is it. Basically, that will be it. And then again, it's gonna be you need to decide, and automation tells you okay what to do. But then again, at the end, you got to decide. I love the story, and can't wait. So excited about it. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks. Anybody else? And even if you have concerns or thoughts or questions, I'm going to slowly start introducing it. But when I get further, like I said, I want to be completely transparent. And my plan was to get this done and have 6 months of making money with it. And then that's what I've been talking about, going dark or going, what's the phrase I was using? Basically disappearing. I would basically delete everything and just roll with the alphas, because at that point in time, I don't want to deal with any more alphas. I don't want to deal with onboarding them with the system and then have the automation out there and have to onboard them with that. I know that there's enough alphas that would want to do this, that would make it worthwhile. And I don't want, and I'm completely fine disappearing, I guess is the word. Instead of continuing to do YouTube videos, the training would still be up, everything would still be up, everything would be there. I'd still do stuff here and there, but I would ghost. I would basically ghost publicly, and we'd shut it down to private, accept no new members. And because then we've got to me the ultimate solution. So that's been the plan. It's just that I wasn't willing to commit to a salary for the developer because of the life situations and a few other things. And he wasn't able, because of dealing with his house. I mean, you can imagine if insurance isn't going to pay for it and your house gets flooded, basically destroyed in every aspect of your house. I mean, the frame is still good, but there's a lot of reclamation and everything else you got to do and everything else. But, if insurance isn't going to pay for it, it's a lot of stress. And then now that insurance is paying for it, now it's a lot of stress just getting the house done. So, but that shouldn't stop the production of moving forward. So, I'm just sharing that because I want to be upfront about how this is rolling out, or how I want to roll it out. My big thing is I can't tell. I shared this last night. One of the vacations we took is we went to the beach, and I spent 3 days with him instead of my wife on the beach. And that was a big ask for her, because when I take vacations, I check out. So we actually looped in with him, and I got a condo on the beach, and we kind of worked for 3 days. And then I'm talking, couple hour conversations and technical things like every single day for about a year. Not every single day, but quite often. So there was weeks where we talked every single day for 1 to 2 hours just to get, because you know, I'm not saying this is hedge fund level automation, but it basically, if I were to take the job with the hedge fund buddy that I've talked to you about, part of the agreement is that we would automate my system, and then I would have the team there to create an algorithm around this system. That would be part of my signing and what I would sign up on. But I just don't want I don't want someone over me. I just don't want, so I've opted to do it, without hiring someone and working with someone kind of hand in hand, where they profit and I profit. But we hit some hiccups. Anyways, I've talked. I'm talking about this because I know a lot of people here. I mean, I'd love to hear and comment. What's the interest level here? I haven't really asked because I've kind of been shy about it because I don't want to distract people.
Well, I'll speak to that. High interest, very, very high interest. And one thing that particularly piqued my interest as you were talking about it today is the overnight sessions and how much opportunity is I can't take advantage because can't stay awake 24 hours a day. So I think it sounds very exciting.
Yeah.
For me too, as Jules said, so the automation is really a fantastic thing. So I'm just talking for me now. I started with automation with 3 commas some time ago, and then the market turned around, and I noticed that some things when you not have an idea how to trade, or the automation could be working against you. So sometimes I stop the automation and then I made some DCA trades on crypto. It was on spot, it was not on leverage. So to come out of some positions. So my concentration now is to learn the system and to learn really that the system, the Rexstock system, is my own. So in any case, the automation is the next step. But I found out it's also complicated to learn to configure automation in different market setups. And so,
Oh, I haven't even mentioned, and just to break in here, imagine 4 or 5 tickers and then the overnight session. If you have enough capital to do that risk, like I said, we've done the math. It's just that. So continue.
no, for me, I not even have the capital to work on maybe for one account. I'm still with trying to get a founded account, or at least to resolve the problem. So my problem is not on the founding part, and as well to still in the trading learning. At least I heard that you talked before about 3 commas, so I use 3 commas for crypto, and maybe as well, if I understand the automation, it could be possible to work as well with crypto, with the Rexstock system.
Yeah. So to explain this, how this works is that we're looking at 2 high probability trades, and getting those rock solid, which is a strong level check, and then a RDA check. That is the 2 trades that we're looking to execute on. So we're saying, okay, I've identified that these 2 trades are high probability trades and have enough limiting factors in them that they can be automated with relatively light risk management controls. So And then as we advance, we'd be adding additional trades, like a momentum check trade. And it's the system. That's why I said it's the system. There's one control chart, and then there's states of other. I mean, like I said, I don't want to get too much. So the component here, the important thing is that in order to automate, you have to understand the system you're trading. Otherwise, it's just a complete black box to you, and you don't have a clue. So I'm short on 30 lots, by the way. So it's still it's still incumbent for the person executing it to have an understanding, because there, at first, of course, as we roll out, there would be a certain aspect of kind of support that would go along with implementing it as an individual or as someone. But then we're not going to be there past that. Well, I might not be. The goal is probably that this continues, the group continues and provides support within each other to then continue it. Because the one thing they don't tell you about automation is that you just don't set it up and it just doesn't, and it just runs forever, and you're putting money in your bank account and you're doing awesome. There is a consistent management of it that is required. But once it's dialed in, that management of it is very limited because you're tweaking minor parameters based on market changes or based on, usually it's risk. Usually what we're finding is it's risk. I've had to educate myself a lot too on understanding how to think algorithmically and how to interpret, why this has taken a while is because we've had to take how I trade as far as discretion and then build that into an algorithm that is right 80% of the time. So, I'm very excited about it. I'm very, it's been very hard for me to be quiet about it. But I, one thing I get ahead of myself and I share things before, they're ready to go or I have time, and part of it is just, my treatment. If I was completely healthy and didn't have cancer, the operation level of what I do would be completely different. But that's something I have to deal with, right? Any more feedback? I mean, I know I kind of hijacked the meeting. I am short, but it doesn't look like it's going to work out. It's holding what I'm really watching, what I'm trading against is really chart 3 and chart 4. And then I'm correlating that to what's happening in chart. I mean, chart 2 is obviously the entry, but I'm saying, well, if that level holds, then it's holding. So
Order filled. Order filled.
anybody else have any feedback? You can type it in too if you can't talk. I'm long now, going up past that upper level. Surprisingly, I've made profit here. So just me talking and just focused on the chart, like laser focused on. So I've got a setup where basically what I'm doing is I have chart 3, my middle monitor has chart 3, chart 4, and then chart 2. And that helps me really focus on kind of like the 2 upper time frames. And then I'm glancing at chart 1. Yeah, so Edward said, I'm glad you didn't choose the hedge fund route. They have enough money. Yeah, I mean, it would be a lot easier, but at the same time, I know that the commitment would come with an obligation that I just, I still, when this rolls out, there's still an obligation, but the obligation is based on my terms and, delivering fairly on those. And it's not, I just know me. It's very tempting because I like I said, I about 3 months ago, I said to the developer, I said, we've solved it. Now we need to build it. and then I worked through the night, and I sent over the solution from where we were to then how we solve it. And I said, we've solved it. I've already seen it. It's already done. It's already completed. And
Order filled.
and he didn't quite agree because he didn't quite see it. But as the months went on, he started to agree. But now we just got to build it. So that's one reason, like I said, why I'm excited.
Order filled.
All right. If this long doesn't work, then I'm gonna wait for a very strong signal on an extreme and then trade around that. I probably will cut. I probably won't trade in. I mean, I'll trade in the afternoon, but I won't stream because I want to work on. Part of me is I want to work on videos. I want to work on. These videos are instrumental to people like getting to the next level because we get, like I said before, we get to dive into all the concepts. All the charts are mine.
This could be a double top off that psychological 18,000 level.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving it a lot of room. As far as the short, I'm giving a lot of room. I'm in 30 lots. We'll see.
Yeah, I pushed my stop up above the top wick.
Yeah.
But I'm not in 30 lots. So.
Hey, do you? That's the key. Don't compare yourself to anybody else. I'm getting hungry, so I do have to have lunch. There we go. All right, this might be potentially the sell-off that I'm looking for, because we've got the close of that hour, and that could be a rollover scenario in chart 3. Let's see. I think I should take some profit at the slow momentum on chart 1, which is right around 7978. And then trail the rest of the 20 if it can stand. And then I'm looking for maybe an M9 check on chart 3 or an RDA check on chart. And if it does keep going, and because here's the thing, it could do a pretty big sell-off and still have a great day today when the buyers step up, right? So it could sell off to the RDA and still have a great day. So we'll see if that unfolds. Or, it's stalling here, so I'm a little frustrated. But now momentum has shifted over. It's still bias and momentum long, but momentum in chart 2 has switched over. So I'm okay with keeping my stops where they are because they're a little more protective now, and I'm just going to give it room. And worst case scenario is what happens, it starts creating a stair-step pattern on chart 2. And I, either get out at break even or probably right around $2,000 loss. Sticking with the trade longer than, I could just put my stop at entry and then just restart. But one of the things when I'm kind of on the bubble like this, yes, I can start over, but at the same time, sometimes just sticking with the trade, because what am I paying? I don't know if I'm subscribed on this account, but even paying reduced fees, you're paying reduced fees on 30 lots. So yeah, I do say start over, but if I'm in 30 lots and I still think that the trade is going in the direction, I'll still give it room instead of doing the, hey, I can just start over. But it's like anything else in what we talk about, it is such a story of the chart, right? That's the number one thing that I think most people need to get at first, is that it's always the story of the chart. Fucking A. I'm pissed that it freaking, I'm just, I'm talking about it and I'm not taking, it is where it's at. So we'll see. There we go. It's sold off an overshoot, but the buy side is keeping up. So I might exit here.
Order filled.
I made about $375 there. And then I'm ready to enter again, if it looks like it's, because there's enough room in the trade. Now I'm looking at why I got out is because the level, that looks like it's holding the level on chart 3. So, as long as it holds that level at chart 3, and then the room for the trade really is, I think, down to the RDA, because we did already have a M24 check. Now it could hold up on chart 1 again.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Not being predictive
Order
enough.
filled.
I gotta get to predictive. I'm a little upset. I should be sitting well today, but I kind of lost some of my predictive ability by by fading highs like an idiot. At least I know what I'm doing wrong and it hasn't hurt me. Days like this, when I was just getting the hang of it, barely profitable, would hurt me. There we go. I think we maybe have room for that impulse. So if that impulse is the same as, like someone said, the double top, right? Is there a measurement tool in Trade08? I shouldn't have to ask that, but I should know. I just don't ever remember. Okay, let's see. That impulse is the same. Yeah, I can read it great. 42. 42 puts it right at the RDA. So we're kind of below that 20% of the trade, but we're around 50% potentially of capturing it if it does go there. That's my target though, the RDA.
Order filled.
There we go. I'm going to put fixed stops in. We're in 35. So I'm going to put a 35 fixed stop in right at here, right above the momentum check, slow momentum on chart deuce 2.
I don't know how many other traders operate with an earnings goal daily, where I do try to focus on points versus dollars just because that's then scalable, but there's a certain amount of revenue I want to be generating on a daily basis. And so I'll often in trades that I'm in, set my targets in such a way that they'll get me there. They don't always obviously fulfill, but that has, as long as they make sense based on the chart and levels, that something I do commonly.
Yep. No,
So
I think that's great.
Just need a good solid impulse down to get me there.
No, it's awesome.
This last, I don't know what we got last hour. I probably would have. I don't know. I guarantee I would have given up an awful lot of my gains with past indecision in the way that has vacillated.
Yeah.
Learning to, you said something about just staying in the trade a few minutes ago. As long as the chart isn't, yelling at you that you're in the wrong trade, there's real value in some patience.
Yep. No, that's key. I mean, it's stalling at the M24 in chart 4. I think what I'll do is I will
It's kind of
go ahead. I'm going to put my
kind
stop.
of the bottom of a channel here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going off of the C1 candles from what about a half an hour ago, they
Yeah.
kind of put in the bottom of the channel, as well as was that 3/4 of that alpha?
Yeah. And I put my
Yeah.
stop right just below my entry because I'm short, and because I'm not going to lose my. I mean, I was up 4,000. I should have took some off in the trade, but I'll probably make about 470 here. No, yeah, 470 if it takes me out. So
Yeah, I need my stops to cover as well.
I'll probably short again
Especially
though.
on the
Just
fade.
yeah, I'll probably short again just because the pattern that C3 is making. Once again, the key is the last hour or last half hour I've refined and got more predictive, and I've done better. I've been churning by 470 here, 750 here, so I've been, but it's, I'm probably over trading because I'm streaming.
You were pretty keen on catching the top just right.
Yeah, and I should have done the double top aggressively because I'd still be in the trade probably. So I just didn't stick with it.
I'm still holding short from 995. But wasn't quite the entry I wanted, but
You're in Cali, right?
Washington.
Oh, you're in Washington State?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Up with your nephew. I think he's my comrade in the state.
Yep.
Jedi's in Cali and Jules is in Oregon. So
Oh,
we're
that's
all West Coasties.
yeah. I grew up there, so I know the area well.
Whereabouts?
Seattle area. I mean, I was out of my house at 13. So, my parents got divorced when I was 13. I mean, there's more to the story,
Yeah.
but
Sure, of course.
that's not really it. I actually wanted to be a criminal, so I kind of went down that path for a while, and was out of my house at 13, and kind of on my own. Had apartments and kind of lived in Bellevue for a while. Lived in Puyallup. Lived in. We spent a little bit of time in Bremerton here and there. Newport from time to time.
Oh.
Olympia, Lacey, Tumwater, Yakima. Yeah, so I was
Yakima. Yakima.
yeah. I was
Yeah, I'm over in Wenatchee, so you'll know where that's at.
Oh yeah, Wenatchee, yeah.
Yeah, my family moved from Kent when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, I spent some time in Kent.
I loved growing up here and decided to raise a family here. So
it's
the
beautiful.
sunny side of the state people don't know exists.
Yeah, I think they
You
do
live in
tell.
Yakima, you know what it's like.
Yeah, they tell people that so people don't come in and show up and ruin everything. But I think I do
Don't just
think
move here, but don't bring your
Order filled.
politics.
well, well, I mean, I don't even want to talk about
Order filled.
Olympia and
Right?
Seattle but
It's so bad. It's so bad.
yeah,
It's a pit right now.
the first time I went back, I left when I was 18 when I joined the military because
Yeah.
I had to get out, otherwise I'd probably be dead or in jail. And I hadn't been back since I was 18, and it was just amazing how much stuff changed. But I still know the roads, and I still remember going back here just a couple years ago, I don't know, 1 or 2 years ago, and it's not like if anybody has a mountain like Mount Shasta. I don't know if Mount Shasta is as good as Mount Rainier, or Mount Hood, but you'll be on a road, like a country road, like in Yakima or somewhere or wherever, and you'll turn a corner, and then suddenly your whole windshield is filled with what looks like a painting, of Mount
Yeah.
Rainier.
So true.
And that's such an amazing, I mean, if you don't live near a mountain and you don't experience that, it's really an overwhelming kind of feeling to kind of get every now and then when it is clear and nice. So
Yeah. Yeah. Volcanic activity knows how to build some pretty good mountains.
yeah. Well, yeah, I remember Mount St. Helens erupting, so I was outside when it did.
Yeah, me too.
So
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
We're driving to church, and my mom goes, "Pretty sure foggy." I go, "Mom, I'm pretty sure Mount St. Helens blew up."
yeah. No, it was insane. And we lived on a cul-de-sac, and I tell this story from time to time. We would have these 4th of July parties, and grown adults would have firework battles in the cul-de-sac. I mean, like 40 of them. You couldn't do that nowadays.
We did that as kids too.
Yeah, but these were adults though. These were like, what would be 30 to 40-year-olds. And it's just amazing how much the world's changed, because you couldn't do that now. I mean, you would get
Yeah.
the whole
No,
cul-de-sac
people
would be
freak out.
yeah. And it's
Yeah.
amazing no one really got ever hurt. But I mean, there was a good 3 years there where, I mean, I remember my stepdad basically holding one of those missiles, those red missiles, and chasing these 2 teenagers down the road
Yeah.
with those. I just, it's crazy how much.
Roman candles.
Not
Yeah.
Roman candles, the ones that
Yeah.
that are the red missiles that do the whistle and they fly,
Oh,
and they're
yeah,
in
yeah.
boxes of 50 or 100. So he's chasing these 2 or 3 teenagers down the road, taking over their position. But it was just like I said, I think back and I'm like, I remember asking family, I'm like, this is a memory I have. Is this true? Because
Yeah.
this couldn't happen today.
No. So this last bit of price action here is a good example of the taking the targets, because I had a target down at the M24, and so even if this rolls back and takes my stop out, I got my base hit.
Yeah.
And that's just become so valuable to me to do that. And it's, before I used to, no, I want to get all the way here, I'm swinging for the fence, and then I'd watch the trade go from moderately profitable back to zero, or maybe even a small loss, where now I bank some of the profit, and it helps a lot. That's
Is there
for the
something in the
credit union
training
trading, I
that
appreciate that.
collided with you that made you realize that that's the way to do it? Or is it just seeing it done enough, or
Oh,
kind of
just
like,
you're scaling in and taking profit.
Yeah.
Trainings, that whole section was enlightening, but it still takes a while. It's like anything. You read it, you see it. Theory's great, but you have to experience it. You have to do it.
Yeah.
I can read about riding a bike until I learn how to ride a bike. It's
it's a habit. You got to build the habit.
muscle memory is what I like to call it.
Yeah. So I've been
So I'm trying to make trading.
playing around with this zone here. Now I went long, and we'll see if I go short here. I'll give it a little bit of room, but it held part of the reason is it created a level. on chart 4. And I did take some off, like you said. So, and then it held the slow momentum on chart 4. So chart 4 is my control. Now, chart 2 is kind of like right at the RDA, so terrible entry point. So we'll see. If it doesn't work out here relatively quickly, I will get out. So I'm not going to give it much time. I'm not going to give it much to go against me. So 25 lots. You can see where my stop loss is, just basically just below 50% of the key level of chart 4.
Just over 130 points top to bottom today, which
Stop
for
Stop
I
field.
look at it, it's still a pretty small, it's below average.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you have a different scale, but pretty much anything under 150 for me, it qualifies as a lower price action day.
Yeah, it all depends on kind of the impulse moves and the high probability trades, which I think the way that I'll explain,
Yeah, good one.
I'll go through it. I think will make a lot. I mean, I think we'll give good guidance for you guys going through the. Well, there we go. Okay, I did short, so I think if you want to get aggressive and
Order filled.
you can maybe short, but it might have equal upside. But I'm now looking for it to actually really short now. So I'm gonna actually
No
put in
profit too.
a fixed. I'm gonna put in 2 15s above that. Where's the next take profit zone? So the next take profit zone really is, I mean, it's the RDA on chart 4, really, which is at 955 if it gets there. If it does sell off, I mean, this alpha candle this alpha candle that closed just at those lows might be being answered right away. So I did take a little bit of risk chasing it.
I'm targeting my next profit targets. Again, if we get down to that 50% of that C3 alpha candle again.
Yeah.
And then the RDA.
This one will blow up my last P&L that I had if it does come up and take me out. So we'll see. I'm not giving it any room though. I'm not negotiating with it anymore. It can't get above and close above the RDA on chart 2. I'm not allowing it. Hey, is there one thing I was going to do, and I'll do this. Is there any alphas that would be open to be interviewed? And what I would look at is we would start with just kind of your story about how you got started, just brief, don't have to go into too detail. And then it would be a kind of a free flowing kind of Q&A, mainly me asking questions or you asking questions. I just want to try maybe interviewing a few alphas just to kind of, if people would be open to sharing their story a little bit. And then also, like you might have questions. I think what I find when I get to listen and I don't suck all the oxygen is that either someone says something or you have questions that I'm not thinking about, that sometimes just me saying something will have a spark go off. I think some of the best ways to get those sparks is by having
Order filled.
a kind of a conversation, and then I'd record it and share it. I could share it just with the group, or I could share it on. I mean, we do it private, so you don't have to reveal your name or anything. But we do it on YouTube, and then it would just be more just just an interview of just kind of where you at, like what's your story, and then you would get the opportunity to ask questions, or I could answer questions. I'm just thinking of ways that that's one of the ideas that came to me where I could have a big impact on where some people are at in their trading.
Well, I'm definitely newer to this, but I'm game.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll set.
Keep me
Yeah.
keep me in mind.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. Well, that's Jules, right? Or yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting to know voices now better. So yeah, and it doesn't matter. I mean, you need at least 6 months in the system. So I want you to have at least 6 months in the system, but I think a lot of people that would be up for it would be 6 months. And if I can get 4 or 5 people to do an interview, I think it would help provide insight and then also be helpful for other people that might have questions about or just, have a good conversation. Be laid back. It's not going to be anything too crazy, but I think that I find that some of the best just listening and then being prompted and just me listening helps me now refine the things I'm creating so that I'm creating stuff that is having meaningful impact on everybody. So I went long again because the slow momentum held on chart 4. And then I'm putting trailing stops. Now it's kind of in the middle of the lunch session, so I might just stop trading here, or at least streaming, because I'm starting to just get a little. Oh, there we go. Get a little antsy. So I think it's going to go. I think the target for this to me is 1820 or so. 18,02024 is what I would target here if it holds. So that's what I'm looking for. I think I've shorted too much. I've shorted too much and I've not shorted the extremes. Extreme. Maybe Jules, if we do an interview and then other people will say, yeah, that's pretty cool. I can do that. So you can be the guinea pig.
Right.
The one thing that I didn't say is that part of what I'm thinking is that about this device that I can control and shocks you.
Oh, that sounds great.
So,
Yes.
if you don't ask the right questions or ask them in the right way, it's a little aversion
Sure, yeah.
therapy.
If I can bring some of those firecrackers along too.
So if you're willing to be hooked up to the electronic device that will support aversion
Sure,
therapy, then
yeah.
That would be an interesting indicator, the aversion therapy trade indicator, which is what it would do is it would track your entries. And if you were trading a fade trade, it would shock you.
Shock you. Exactly.
You didn't
That's
have
a
your
good
fade
idea.
card, it would shock you. I'm coming up with great ideas every single day. All right, I'm trying to stick with this trade. I'm in 25 lots. I'm long from 17,987. The first profit I should look at taking is right around 18,000, which aligns with kind of a key level. So that's where my first profit zone is. My second profit zone is 1804. I'll be taking 5 there as well. And then I'll look to trail 15 lots because I'm in 25. So I've got the 2 profit targets set, and I've got my trailing stops below all the momentum and bias indicators on chart 2 and below the open of this candle on chart 4. And then we've got 203 ticks left on chart 4. Anybody listen to R&B? Because I haven't, I can't find anything new R&B. And I keep going back to old school like Blackstreet and Jodeci, and I tried to find some new R&B that's of the same caliber, but I just can't find it. So I don't know if anybody has a playlist on Sheridan, the off topic. I was trying to figure out how many videos I have. And I'm so stupid I can't figure it out. Michael, how's trading today, big man? Just hopped on. Seen your description say this week was whack. Oh. No, yesterday was tough. So Michael, yesterday. Sorry I didn't respond to you sooner.
Order filled.
Yesterday was tough. I did. It's been a good week for when I've traded. I mean, I'm a little frustrated that I fell back into my old habits of fading too much and being super fader, being Darth Vader. So I'm a little upset about that whole situation. But the P&L, I shared it today. I got so tired. Okay, there we go. Profit target 1 was hit on the NQ, and then we're looking at 1803. I'm going to move it up a little bit. See if we can get up to 1806, maybe eke out a little bit. But if it does stall there, I will take 5 off. Yeah, but it's been I think it's been an awesome trading week for volatility. So with our system being able to think both sides of the market, I think is it's been a great week volatility wise for that. I mean, it's been tough in some aspects. Like here, we're going to look back in the day and look at chart 4. I mean, look at chart 1. You had no business shorting except for the double top and now maybe a triple top. But that triple top looks like it's going to break through. So I wouldn't be heavily shorting that till up above. And really that came down to reading chart 4, chart 1, and then sticking to the key level that's been in play, which is on chart 3. That key level is that 994 level has been pretty solid for a decision factor on whether or not it's going to go up or down. Yeah, so it's been, but this week I think, yeah. There we go. Oh, look at that. All right, that's a sign. That jerk there. So that jerk that we just saw on chart 4 is a sign that maybe I want to start thinking short. And I want to believe the short now because of the way that it took it out there. So I'm going to think about that, but I'm going to be very careful because I want to get a signal, counter signal, that I want to see a pattern. I want to see a pattern on chart 2 that I can use to trade against on the short side and go heavy. So I like the way that it ripped above that level. Remember what it's trying to do in some aspect is the NQ is trying to close at a high in order to have the NDX close around 18,000. So that's one thing to consider. And we got plenty of market time today. So we really do have plenty of market time. All right. Now, this is a pattern that we talk about in the pattern library, or share it in the alpha den. It's this kind of top, triple top exceeding. So I shorted it, and then I'll short the level here because I'm not going to short it aggressively at a momentum area. So I'm trying to get in early in the trade, and then I'll trade 5 here and trade 5 here. And then if it does look like it's going to sell off, we get an alpha. So that, if you look at that high just barely exceeded the previous high. So oftentimes that's a signal, a tick above. Sometimes you see in the market, sometimes happens. Just a tick above Doesn't always play out, but sometimes I like to see that, and then I'll trade with that, and then so we'll see. I'm short 15 lots, 10 lots, sorry. And then I will add here, and then the same target is the RDA. I know I keep saying that, but I'm looking for a larger sell-off, so we'll see. I wish I was in 15 lots so I should take some profit here, so I'm going to take some profit at the RDA on chart 2, which is at 17,996 if it gets there. If it doesn't get there, then I'll look to scale in off the level and trade against the level. There we go, trading against the level. Still following my plan, so we're not outside of the plan. So now it's just a matter of, okay, we have something to trade against. That level that was developed was above. So chart 4 hasn't closed yet. So we've got 2,400 or so for chart 4 to close to create a strong level above the previous strong level. And it's just a minor overshoot, and you see that a lot in the patterns. You'll see that pattern a lot. So that is something that's in the pattern library. And these are level check patterns. I will share it in the Alpha Den. Sorry. Now, the question is, should I have got out of that?
Order filled. Order filled.
Reduced it a little bit. It held the M24 in chart 2. So once again, I got to make sure I'm not just seeing the trade, and I got to make sure that I'm not churning my account. That's all I'm making sure of here. So I'd like to see a failure and an alpha come out, and then I'll probably add to this trade pretty decently. I don't see the long trade, something I want to execute here. I missed it. I will go back in the day, and if I was journaling, I would say, well, I should have played both sides of the market better, which I did not. So I need to work on that. I need to go back to the drawing board a bit and basically rearrange my thinking so that I'm not only looking at one side of the market as much as I have been,
Order filled.
and getting back to reversing at key areas. And basically, it's not having confidence that the market's going to do what it looks like it's going to do, mainly on the short side. And, mainly me fighting bias has really been I've done well, P&L wise. I just haven't, from a perspective of, well, actually, I haven't done well. I've done okay. I should be doing mucho better.
Order filled. Order filled.
All right. So this alpha doesn't, we do have an RSI firing on that. We had an RSI on that double top. Let's see if we have another RSI firing on chart 1, but we have an RSI firing. Ooh, I put the entries a little too close. Have an RSI firing on chart deuce. Let's see on the NQ. Oh, there we go. We got an initial signal. Let's see if it closes with an RSI signal. That would be a triangle. Boom, 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 triangle RSI. So that might give me a little more confidence to stay with this trade a bit.
Order filled.
That's what she said. Let's do the level. In 25 lots, I'm short. How's everybody else doing? How's everybody else trading? I'd love to hear feedback. There's quite a few people in here for little amount of feedback we've got today. Maybe people don't have mics. Maybe people are busy or, you know. Well, I mean, got a good, let me
It's Friday, they are sleeping.
What's up?
It's Friday, they are sleeping.
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 20 people in the trade room, which is great. What should I have for lunch? That's the question. I had steak last night. Oh, come on, man. All right. I'm playing chart 4's level. So we're looking for an entry to increase our basis around chart 4. We'll see. Am I being predictive? I am being predictive. Am I a little too high?
Order filled.
I'll reduce my position a little bit. I can always add if it sells off here, but it looks like it's going to come up. So I'll reduce my position, lose a little bit there, and then do one of two things. Either get picked up on the level check with an overshoot on chart 4. This is the NQ. Or I'll add when it breaks and it looks like it's going to go down. I just don't see I know it's momentum and bias long. I'm also realizing the underline is where it's at. Now, I should be looking at so, you know, we're below the second channel of the VWAP. So, you know, this could be a VWAP test on the underlying combined. It blew through that 60. We did get a reaction, but it blew through that 60. So, you know, one thing I need to ask myself is it just going to stay momentum long all the way up to 75? If that's the case, if the up volume, down volume, declining, advancing is going to do that.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, I shorted CL because it broke the momentum and bias indicator, bias on chart 2. So I'm shorting that, and I'm shorting that down to, I need to get rid of this mic because I'm not really using it. Where are we at on chart 4? Initially at 76.23. So that would be the first profit target, and then 76.96, and then you know, super target would be the ultimate end target is probably where I was at all along, which is 75.96. All right. So I will, you know, probably here around 12:05 or 1:05 or whatever market time. I need to just change all my charts and eventually do it to market time. I've been lazy. Or not lazy. I've done it with Sierra chart. I haven't done it with everything else. All right.
Order filled.
Okay, so I was happy to trade that level. Now I want to see, what am I in, 45 lots? So I will do 15, 15, 15. and we'll put it tighter. So I'm just going to go just above the extreme band on chart 2. And I'm probably going to take more of a loss than I want if it does take me out, but my basis isn't the best right at 1804. I should have loaded up more. Sorry, I'm not showing that trade. I apologize, everybody, on TradingView. What the heck? Bitcoin is back up on the 4-day anyways. Back up on the daily above that level. It's shooting for 50. I think that's what it's shooting for. Shooting for the big 50. That's what it seems Bitcoin is doing. Don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Booyakasha. Oh, I have about 266 videos. That's what I have. Where's that page is? 30. I'd like to break 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. I guess I need to start publishing more videos, huh? All right, so CL, we're back to kind of in the profit. I'm giving this trade here on NQ plenty of room, but I might want to get out.
Stop filled.
Yeah, I got knocked out. Oh, that sucks.
Order filled.
That's what I should have waited for. What an asshole. Such an idiot. That's what I should have waited for. Should have waited for that instead of staying in that trade. There we go. I like this volatility. I like what I'm seeing. There we go.
Order filled.
Okay. GC on chart 2 is at the RDA. But it looks like it's going to go up and at least hit the opening range mid. CL is, I think, is still going to be short. So I think that trade looks like it's good. Yeah, I should have earmarked chart 1.
Order filled. Order filled.
Time to call it after our morning here in a little bit. Got about 15 more minutes, 20 more minutes probably.
Order filled.
One, 2, 3, 4. 4 high probability trades today so far on the NQage. I'm going to take profits quick here.
Order filled.
Oh, that triangle didn't work out well. We got another possible triangle, but then it's working on the buy side. Interesting. Okay, that's what I thought.
Order filled.
So before I jump off here, any questions that anybody has? I'm going to be jumping off in about 10 to 15 minutes, but I'd like to give enough time for questions because I'm going to work on videos. I want to knock out some videos. That's what I'd like to do.
No, no questions from my side, but I love the conversation or things you talked about the automation. Thank you so much.
Sweet. And, you know, when I have news, I have news. So, you know, if I don't mention it, then we don't have news. So
Yeah,
don't
that's fine.
don't think that I'm not working on it. So, you know, if we're working on it. So
Got it. Thank you.
like I said, like I shared before, I want it to, you know, for lack of a better way to phrase it, I just don't want all the effort and everything else to die with me. I worked really hard on it and I'm proud of where it's at, but it's not quite there yet. So I'm a little, but I want to push it over the finish line and see it. See, really, I consider it my life's work. So I want to see my life's work. I mean, I consider that it's always been a kind of a key dream. So let's look at Bitcoin again. Look at that. Wow. Let's look at Bitcoin, the super chart. I have it bookmarked on another.
Stop field.
There we go. We'll see if I got stopped out of the CL trade. There's the Bitcoin impulses chart. So one of the things to kind of notice here is that we're above all the anchored VWAPs, all the important ones. We don't need to do this one because it's not relevant. We could do this one and kind of see where we're at just to kind of do it real quick, but it's not really. There it is. Yeah, so it's above that anchored VWAP. Interesting. So let's look at some other. They moved the layers around, didn't they? Yeah. So we got the 4-day alpha sell-off that it's got above. Let's see where we're at.
Stop field.
Oh, man. Stopped out of CL.
Order filled.
Wow, look at that. NQ's just going crazy. I think this might be the final pivot on the upside, almost. 1824 is what I was looking for. So we'll see if it gets up there. I did exit it right around entry. Let me go to that chart since I'm trading it. Sorry. There we go.
Order filled.
Let's get out of this.
Order filled.
Let's spend all of our focus and time on this chart.
Order filled.
There we go. Super volatile. Super vol, man. Super vol. All right. So let's go and check this out. So I need to add a new date because we added some key months. So I need to add that here. And we need to look at where our mid-level VCs are. So let's remove our anchored VWAPs. Let's hide them. And let's see where our mid-level VCs. So we need to update this mid-level VC. And then we need to add this VC here. So I will, there we go. I will add that with this being excess. So for those that are wondering what I'm doing, I'm just doing T. This is a super chart that if you're an alpha member, I think this is listed in the training somewhere. Like you have access to this chart and you can see on this chart, it has value channels already put in. It has all the anchored VWAPs. It has key levels. So you'll see here, these are key levels that are already important. Have you marked as some of the most important key levels with Bitcoin. And you can see here, we're approaching once already. This will be the double top. This upward sentiment price is what I've been watching for. So that's where I'm planning to get out of some of my swing trades. And then I'm looking for a deeper pullback. Potentially, it might keep going. This might be the time where if I haven't really shared the chart or shared it, but I have. I don't know if I'm sure I still have it on my website. I just don't know. Yeah. So profiting from the third crisis. It's a series of videos and a free PDF. Talking about the third crisis of Bitcoin. I'm still on board with that. I still believe it. There we are. So let's see here on NQ. Let's see what it does. This yellow indicator is the, I'd love to hear, I do have a Rexdog indicator for ATR, but it's a separate indicator. Would people appreciate where it's just the yellow? I mean, you could put the blue on too, and this has a lot more information than what we need. But this is the Rexdog ATR, which is telling you that the ATR, remember the Rexdog is what? Is a combination of 6 key indicators. And the ATR then is obviously using those 6 indicators for the ATR. So the Rexdog indicator right at this point in time is 2666 spot 45. So, I don't believe that I can do it. I think maybe if I do a chart below, I don't know if I can print something above. I don't know if that's possible. But how that would look is then that this data would just be in a chart. I guess I can show that. I don't know what it's called. What's that ATR ratio? Interesting. I don't know. There it is. And then here in this indicator, what you can do is you can then, I believe, I guess it doesn't have the windows. I don't know why. I'll figure it out. I'm just wondering if people appreciate an additional oscillator, or do you just like the number? You notice I don't have oscillators, but that Rexdog ATR might be one that will make the cut. We're short on the NQ.
Order rejected.
What? Oh,
Order filled.
35. We don't die. We multiply. Okay, let's go. All right. What was I looking at? There we go. It might be on an initial short. We'll see. I don't know where we're at. Gold looks like it might have the bottom for the day. We'll see. So if we go back to the Bitcoin analysis I was doing, I need to update this value channel because this is an overall value channel here. This here is an interesting inflection point. So that needs to be identified. Here is a key level. We've got an official switchover. So this open is a key level. So I need to earmark that key level because it's a key level where the market switched over from bias and momentum. So that definitely is a key level. Sorry, I'm in a short on NQ. Not much is going on, so I'm just. This is kind of what I kind of do. Is like I take care of things. When I'm, trading, and I don't have to watch it because I have trades that, I'm watching, or I'm not, I'm not watching the chart. I'm doing other things. That's an interesting level. Why is there no text there? I don't know what that level is. Oh, I see. I don't think it's significant. I mean, it is, but it's not as significant as the other one. What's this one here? That one's not significant either. Once again, feel free to ask questions. I'm going to jump off here for the day. Alpha, 4-day alpha sell-off. And that is May 2022. I need to put that lower. There we go. All right. So far, it looks like we might be possibly catching that pivot high. We'll see. All right. Now I need to do that fib. Now this needs to be updated. And that's a good value channel. So I need to add this. You notice what I do on this is if I move this over, why is this? Okay, that shouldn't be labeled the same thing. Yeah, those need to be updated. Man, it's just not selling off. The buyers are just stepping up every time. Those dudes, man. Inflection areas. I need to add an inflection area. We've got an inflection area right here. Really, this is one of the most important levels right here. Is this 2023, which that no longer is valid for what it is. This is more like the August 23 key level. Yeah, so that should be changed. Damn, look at that. The buyers are stepping up again. That's in the key levels area. So this is how this, like I said, you don't have all these on all at the same time. You're typically analyzing these, you know, as it unfolds. And I haven't updated it in a while because I haven't done a Bitcoin update. But you can see this level right here is pretty critical. And then we're on the 4 days. So really what we're looking for here is kind of this 50, you know, what I earmarked before. And then the next breakdown level is 56, 540. That's if it really stretches. So if it really stretches, then it's going to go for it. So holy shnikes. Well, you know, once again, it was a Friday, like I mentioned, which is like long was the trade on the table. You know, long really was the trade on the table. We do have just the 12 o'clock hour, 1 o'clock hour, sorry, 1 o'clock market time. And I'm going to hop off here. Anybody have any feedback, any questions? It's been relatively quiet for the amount of people in the trade room, so maybe I haven't been exciting enough. Maybe I haven't poured on the entertainment or, you know, done my pole dancing as well. I think we might be in profit on this trade on this short here, though. I've stuck with it. Put a stop where I is at 12 at 18.034, and we'll see. But you know, so far chart 2 is holding that M9. Boom. All right, so let's say this BT impulse is, so this is June. All right, we got some feedback. Sweet, Toto. Sweet. You took a heavy loss on your eval account this week? Oh, sorry to hear that. Hit the daily loss limit. Sorry, I called you out, Toto. Sorry, but you shared it in Alpha Journals. I find it easy to scale in and scale out with M and Q, but I can trade up to the max, 15 contracts a minute, so I need to manage and trade wisely with a lot of patience. Yeah, that's key. But this is a marathon for me and still not reached. Well, you know, if I look at your P&L breakdown, though, you know, let me open that. Sorry, I won't share it here. I'll share it down here. Well, I mean, you're profitable, so and I mean, there was 2 sections there where you let the market get against you a little bit, right? Are you in the room? Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, so
I'm just switched off the micro. Sorry.
yeah, no, all good. So like that early in the day, you got one trade that went a little against you, and then you got another one that won.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, it looks like you recovered really well. I mean, you look at the time of day per time of day. I mean, really, once you had it dialed in, you did a couple good trades. It looks like you got some profit 1 and profit 2s on the table. So
The loss was I was fading too early, fading for the short move. What in the afternoon with where we was in the session in the afternoon. For me, it's afternoon. So for you, it's before lunch, and I scaled in and took the profit really quick when I was break even, and for luck, because after it went again. It went on the long side.
it's the story of kind of what I've been doing to myself here today. So where's the trade?
And the same thing happened to me with the NQ, and I started this evil account trading the NQ because I found that on the tick charts, the RDA or some momentum indicators are showing up differently. So I try to focus on just 1 or 2 or 3 positions maximum. or the NQ, but yeah, when it's going against you on the funding or on the evaluation account, it's valuation account, it's not easy.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. I mean, it's and you know that I've been kind of falling into my old habit of trying to catch the fade because I enjoy it, and that's hurt my P&L, and I've really wasted a little bit of time here as far as churning my account. So, I think the advice I gave last night was, so, when you're going into all-time highs, when you're normally trading, your let's think about how you have a bodyguard. And normally you have one bodyguard when you're trading. And that's your risk management, right? That's the one that protects you. So when you can look left of the chart and you got stuff and the market's not in this weird exuberant sentiment state, you can get by with one bodyguard because you've got a lot more information in the market, does adhere to that a lot. And if it doesn't, that you've got the reaction areas. But when you're making all-time highs every single day or a day here and a day there, what you're really doing, when you're making all-time highs is you're in this market environment where you should have 3 bodyguards. And you should go, and I said this last night on the market overview. I didn't follow my own advice per se, as far as really just basically having 3 bodyguards and not super shorting the market and just trading the momentum and realizing that, Friday's a key day, like I said, where it can keep going up, farther than you can imagine. And, don't get fixated on the shorts, right? So
Oh,
I don't know if that's what you've been facing, but
no, it was today. So for me today it was okay. Where I messed up was already on Monday. So for the whole week I switched on MNQ when I had time. So I'm short on time in this period, but I try to to not over trade now, and when I have no time, don't try to trade. So if you have not the patience or the right moment, so sometimes
you can't force it.
trade and you have to go back to work or you have other things to do. It's not wise to enter a trade. So
Yeah.
sometimes I'm thinking I can make a quick trade, and then it develops that it's not a quick trade. It's I had to stay in and have more patience. And for now, as well, I'm happy that we shared here with so much people in the room today some thoughts. And I have already appointment in 15 minutes, so I would like to say thank you, and I have to leave now, but hopefully we can continue next week. Everything in the room.
Yeah, for sure. I have treatment on Monday, but I'll be leading the Monday overnight session. So if a lot of people can make that on Monday night, that I think will be a big for how to kind of, I have this in the training, but I think re-emphasizing it would be good, especially since we've got a group of people, I don't know, 7 or 8 or 5 or 6 or so that are consistently doing it every at least 3 times a week, I'd say, if not more. So I think there's a highly efficient way to do that. So if you can make that, that's definitely something, and it'll be recorded too. So don't worry if it's not.
When the meeting in for me in Europe, it's night, so I'm sleeping. It's 3 o'clock, I think, when the meeting is. But anyway, it's for me. It's always helpful to listen in the alpha room. Any thoughts, and I can catch up, but it's not possible for me actually.
Yep. No, all good.
Hopefully next time. And again, a nice weekend to you all. I have to leave. Bye.
Okay. So thanks for showing up. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. And we'll talk next week. So I'm looking at BNB, you know, I said before when I got up in this range right around 310, 315, I was dumping some of my BNB. I don't know what to make of BNB. So, you know, I've got a fair amount of it. So this next run, I'm looking for this anchored VWAP is what I'm really shooting for, and which is near this high. So this right around this 387 level is where I'm looking to dump a good majority of my VNB. It looks like it's cooperating with it too. If we look at the monthly, you know, the monthly looks like it wants to push through and then get up here. Or maybe there's room up to 430. So, but starting in this 378, 377 range, 374. So I'll start dumping another tranche of BNB trades. I just don't. I mean, I'm still going to hold some for getting up here to the 626. Maybe again, you know, this key level on the monthly. I mean, that's really kind of where. I mean, at a minimum, it looks like maybe 432, but then we've got this 625 or so, 626. So I'll still have some up there, but you know, I just don't know where BNB fits into the whole crypto sphere. I had a bunch of it. I still have a bunch. So I found another wallet. Well, I knew I had the wallet. I just opened up the wallet and checked what I had, and I'm like, oh, this is a good time to kind of this next run to dump some BNB. And all I'm doing is I'm dumping it to BTC, taking profit, and then I'm not buying BTC right away, so I'm not converting BNB to I'm converting BNB to USD, and then what I'm doing is I'm going to Bitcoin and I'm buying the pullbacks for stacking Bitcoin. So that's what I'm doing with that, because I'm still of the opinion that Bitcoin is going to go above 100K sometime when the big boys and big girls club take it over. You can see here, where am I trading? There we go. I'm up about 4,000. See if I can maybe get in on up to an M9 test. Another lot, because maybe this is the move. We'll see. Maybe I'm being overly aggressive. It is the lunch session.
Order filled.
So we will see, son. So let's do 10s. I'll do 10 fixed positions, 10, 10, 10. And then I will break up 5 into basically alert positions. So what will happen is that I'll either get knocked out and I'll be like, hey, dude, pay attention to the chart. That's what I'll be doing. So you can see I've got different. So if I get knocked out here, I'd be like, hey, dude, pay attention to the chart. Stop doing other things. Pay attention to the chart. CL's in the middle of a range. I'm not interested there. GC, open, like I said before, if you would have took my trade, you would have had a good trade because it took out the opening range mid. So if that holds, the next target is opening range high. Excuse me, VWAP. All right. I need to take a RDA profit here on chart deuce, chart 2. So I'm going to take 5 off right around 18,017. The first profit zone was the slow momentum, so one of two things are going to happen. One of my trailing one lot stops are going to get hit, and then I'll have to make a decision to fully exit the position. We'll see. But I will take 5. That's my first profit target. The next profit target would be 18,004. So 18,017 is the first profit target. The second profit target is 18,044. Sorry, didn't mean to make that loud ass noise. All right. Once again, if you're not a member in Discord, you want to join us on Discord. It's one of the best groups around. looks like I'm gonna get knocked out, and then I'm gonna have to make a decision here. Is it gonna stop? Do I just want to take $3,100 in profit or so, or take half off and just let the half ride? Put it right around entry. We'll see. I am staying longer than I anticipated just because I'm in the middle of the trade, so I'll let this trade play out, and then I'll jump off for the day, take some breaks, check in with everybody, do some stuff. Then I'd be dropping some videos here next week, training videos and some YouTubes. I've got a list of about 15 videos that I think are important that I'd like to get out. So that's what I'm working on dwindling down. These buyers, man, they're just like stepping up like it's no one's business.
Stop field.
This entry is good for a short. It was no longer.
Stop field.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to give it a little bit of room, but not much. So we'll move all these 10s, and I might get out real quick here. Maybe right at entry, or maybe it depends. Let's look at the NDX 5 minute. See what we can see there. Yeah. Let's look at the underline sitting the slow momentum indicator. Maybe the VWAP test is in order. It hasn't quite hit the 75% mark. Maybe I should wait for that. Oh, there we go. Got a little volatility on the downside. So let's see if that's answered right away. Otherwise, I will just get out. I'll put my stop losses right at entry. So I'll make probably about, if I get knocked out, I'll make probably about $295 cover fees. But no reason to take a loss on this trade. I have to figure out in the training where to put that video. Of course. Look at that.
Order
All right.
field.
Took about $1,400 in profit. I will reshort it again when it gets up there. Hmm. I'm just, where are we at on the 5 minute? I should get back to what I'm trading. There we go.
Order filled.
I need to do that. I want to record a video here reinforcing a concept that I talk about often, which
Order
is
filled.
which chart.
Order filled.
Why is that not showing up? What? Oh, that's why. Look at that. Bitcoin continuing to be momentum and bias along. Very strong move there. Let's see if it holds up over the weekend. I would look at the 4-day structure or the 4-hour structure. Sorry. That'd be this. So yeah, it needs to start creating structure like this. Otherwise, it's just going to have a quick answer.
Order filled. Order filled.
That's something to keep in mind.
Order filled. Order filled.
Why is spell check not working?
Order filled.
Whoa, look at that. I'm wondering if I dump some
Order rejected.
Bitcoin
Order filled.
here on this move here before the afternoon. That's what I'm wondering. Wow, look at that move. I got that move. Oh, sorry.
Order filled.
Oh, let's see if I can short it here. I do think it's going to short here. Maybe. We'll see. did update that video.
Order filled.
So, or updated the training side of it.
Order filled.
What time is it? Yeah, I need to take a break. I need to just call it for about an hour or so and then come back and do some stuff, knock some stuff out. All right, everybody. I'm gonna call. Well, I mean, I'm in a trade. I'm in a short here again. I did go long and caught some of that long, about $2,100, and now I'm shorting again. Any feedback? Join Discord. Ask questions. Alpha members, feel free to ask questions. And Alpha Den, we still got a question that I will hold on to next week, which is, what do you use? What are the elements used and/or steps to figure out room for the trade? So far, there's been some good answers to that. So I would implore everybody to kind of continue, to kind of check yourself, and then I'll answer it early next week, and I'll answer it with a video. So there'll be a room for the trade video. So that will cover some of those key concepts that we'll talk about in there. All right. Well, anybody want to add anything? Anybody want to say anything? Anybody want to add anything before I jump off here? I do appreciate everybody. I'd say I've been an idiot as far as like trying to fade the market too much today. There's been times where I have reversed on the long side and have had done pretty well, but I should be up, 45 grand. I shouldn't be up just, 17,000. So I've kind of wasted time a little bit today as far as just over trading a bit, I guess is what I would say. So why is that page not updating? Okay. Anyways, I appreciate everybody. I'll be around here from time to time this weekend as well, I think. Although it's Super Bowl weekend, so it's a holiday. So that's the other thing to kind of keep in mind. It's a holiday in the United States this weekend. So Super Bowl is pretty much a holiday, and most people will be busy on Sunday, me included. I'll be having a mini holiday or mini Super Bowl party, chilling. Once again, I will say if you are interested in sorry, I'm checking this trade because either I get out or I add to it. If you are interested in a trade system, check out the website rexdogtrading.com or join us on Discord if you're ready to become an alpha. I do think based on what I talked about today, once we kind of roll over to some kind of form of automation and that becomes official, I will be shutting down the ability for alphas to join, mainly because I just don't want to have to school new alphas coming into the system and wait 3 to 6 months for them to get up to speed because they'll want to implement automation right away. And if they don't understand the system, they would be a waste of time and effort. If I do keep it open, it will be a high price point. So, because then it'll be somewhat I can then justify it. And, but other than that, I'm happy with the alphas that are here. I think we got a good amount of alphas that could benefit from what we're doing there. Once again, I don't want to say too much about it until I get it kind of nailed down, right? So thanks, everybody. I'll see everybody here over the afternoon and have a great rest of the day and a great weekend and a great Super Bowl weekend. So I have no idea even who's in the Super Bowl. That's how little I pay attention. Actually, I know it's the friggin' Taylor Swift chick dude guy. So I know because that conspiracy and stuff. So I know it's that dude. So other than that, I literally don't. The team that I follow isn't in it. So there's no reason for me to really, follow along. All right. See you. Everybody have a great weekend. Peace. I'm out. I'll get off of here and I'll stay in the Discord a little bit for my peeps. Holy crap, I should have reversed again, man. Jesus. These buyers, man, you're going to look back at the market. You're going to say, holy crap. Shouldn't have been fading at all, man. Where's my